All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. For those of you who are less familiar with our meeting procedures, we actually have two meetings back to back. The meeting we're calling to order right now is the Board of Trustees General Employees Pension Plan meeting. There's two items on that, and then we will adjourn that meeting, and immediately following that, we will start the regular City Commission meeting, including public comment and all that other stuff that I think most of you are probably here for. And so just hold on with this for a couple minutes and we'll get to our regular meeting. With that, is there a motion to adopt our agenda for the Board of Trustees General Employees Pension Plan? Okay, motion by Sacco, second by Hayes Santos. Our first item on that agenda is application for disability retirement for Tracy T. Alexander. Anybody to present?
Mr. Mayor, was there a vote on the adoption of the agenda?
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, first item for Ms. Alexander. Anybody here to present that? Mr. Feldman, do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Board of Trustees in this matter. Ms. Alexander was an RTS employee that met the qualifications of disability under our pension plan. The Disability Review Committee met and recommended your approval of her disability retirement.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
I move that we approve the disability retirement of Ms. Tracy Alexander.
Second. Okay, motion, Madam Clerk, from Commissioner Sacco, seconded by Hayes Santos, to approve the recommendation. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? Who do we have with us today? Is it Adam?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it is me.
Okay, anybody to talk to this item?
No, sir, there is not.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We have Commissioner Ariola absent. Okay, next item is the 2020 Actuarial Valuation Report for the General Employees Retirement Plan. Mr. Feldman?
This is your annual valuation reports that are prepared by the actuaries for the plans. They represent what the city's contribution needs to be to make the plan actuarially sound. The plans are both in very good condition, and we ask that you approve and accept the valuations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, or is there a motion?
You move that we adopt the actuarial plans.
Okay, motion by Hayes Santos, seconded by Ward to accept the actuarial valuation report. Any members wish to speak to that motion or this item? Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
No, sir, there's nobody on the line at this time for this.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent. All right, so we will adjourn this meeting and then we'll call back to order in about 2 minutes. This meeting is adjourned. Did y'all get a mod sheet?
No, I think that's that.
Wayne mentioned, said you brought up HB1.
Line muted. Line unmuted.
Audio check for public comment.
Thank you, Bethany. We hear you.
All right, welcome back. We will call to order this regular city commission meeting, August 19th, 2021. And our first order of business, Madam Clerk.
First item is the adoption of our consent agenda with one update. File 210297, 2021-2022, updated policy priorities and action agenda added item.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the consent agenda as modified.
Okay, motion by Santos, seconded by Sacco to adopt the consent agenda with this one modification. Any members of the public wish to speak to the consent agenda or any items on the consent agenda? Adam, we'll start with you.
No, sir, there's nobody speaking to those issues at this time.
Okay, anybody in the chamber? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker and Ariola absent. Up next, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the adoption of our regular agenda with updates. File 210202, Director, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, interim appointment, additional backup added. File 210266, Staff ranking request for proposal for special magistrate contract services, moved from consent to the regular agenda. File 210287, acceptance of airports rescue grant program, added item. File 210242, COVID discussion, added item. File 210280, updates to lighting program within the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances, additional backup added. But I do believe there is a request to remove that item as well.
Yeah, I personally, I have not had a chance to meet with staff and have some discussions about that last item. I'd like to remove that from the agenda. It's not time sensitive. And just place it on a future agenda when I have a little time to follow up. Yeah, which is BD3 on our agenda. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified on the screen with the removal of item 210280 BD3.
Okay, is there a motion by Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to adopt our agenda with said modifications? Adam, do you have anybody to speak to adoption of the regular agenda?
Mr. Mayor, we're screening one person right now. Can I ask you to hold for about 30 seconds?
Absolutely. Anybody in chambers wish to speak to adoption of our regular agenda? Go ahead.
I was on hold, and I'm on hold now. I was never screened for the adoption of the consent agenda. Here's the call. No one called. So I'd like to be able to speak to both, please.
Okay.
Okay. With respect to the adoption of the consent agenda, there are two items on there that I'd like to get some clarification on. I think it's really nice we have this nice countdown timer. That's very impressive, given the fact that you want to hear from the citizens. I mean, that's great use of taxpayer money, folks. So my point being, with adoption of the consent agenda, there's a GRU item on there. And I'd hope that that would have been removed from the consent agenda so we could have some intelligent discussion about our municipal utility. I had appeared before the UAB the other evening in the hope that I would be able to be afforded the ability as a GRU customer, as a former state utility regulator, to ask relevant questions about the agenda item. Your tyrannical UAB chairman doesn't take public comment. Matter of fact, he read a script indiscriminately, despite me sitting down after I asked why we couldn't ask a question and had me removed from the meeting. That's tyrannical. It's the most unprofessional behavior I think I've ever seen from the city commission or one of its boards. So I would like that item removed. I think it's just appalling that GRU customers don't have the opportunity to be heard. And I was trying to be mindful and respectful of the commission's time by appearing before the UAB. Maybe I could have got my question answered there and not had to ask you to remove this from the consent agenda. But I wasn't afforded that opportunity as a GRU customer, despite you guys raising our rates 24%. I think that's inappropriate. And I think you need to get your UAB chairman under control because he acts like a tyrannical child. So my point being there, I'd ask you all to remove that respectfully from the agenda so we could have a discussion. That probably won't happen, in which case I'll seek relief from the Florida Public Service Commission. which has jurisdiction, which does listen to people, unlike the UAB and unlike the city commission. So if you force GRU customers to go externally for answers, then by all means, we should be able to avail ourselves of regulators that might want to listen to us rather than ignore us. Final item on the consent agenda would be the lobbyist. The cost is increasing from $72,000 to $100,000. I'd like to get an answer as to why this increase is appropriate in the wake of city budgetary challenges, and why we're not holding the line on costs. I mean, lobbyists is discretionary expenditure, yet you're increasing the cost, if my math is correct, by $27,000 per year. So that's my questions with respect to the consent agenda, and then I have items on the regular agenda I'd like to speak to.
Okay. Go ahead for your regular agenda.
Okay. With respect to the regular agenda, again, I just think there's items that warrant appropriate discussion. I hope there will be I didn't catch the slide because, again, I was trying to get screened for the call, and I didn't see the revised slide for the adoption of the regular agenda. But I would hope that there would be a willingness on behalf of the commission to reconsider its prior vote, giving the overflowing capacity of represented bargaining unit employees out there that are protesting your decision to force them to have a vaccine injected into their bodies, which is approved for experimental use. I'm fully vaccinated. I had some significant side effects. Again, I would encourage people to make their own personal choice to get vaccinated because it potentially saves lives. But nevertheless, this commission has routinely adopted positions of my body, my choice in past years. It used to be your buzzword, and along with all the other resolutions that you guys have adopted over the years. So I would hope that there would be at least some discussion and willingness, despite it looks like 100, 200 people outside, a willingness of this commission to reconsider its prior vote. There was a lot of political statements made and a lot of irrational comments from the dais, saying that just because people have a different point of view that they're disrespectful, and one commissioner is going to just not going to give her a vote because of that. And I just think that's short-sighted, that we ought to be making intelligent decisions based on facts, based on the science, based upon the input of your valued employees, rather than just making whimsical tirades from the dais just because you don't like what the citizens or collective bargaining units have to say with their representatives. They have every right to be heard. We live in a democracy. You may not like what people say, but you should embrace diversity of thought and opinion and respect other people's points of views. So that's what I had to say about that, and I'll reserve my rest of the comments to public comment. Thank you.
Anybody else for adoption of our agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one caller here who was late screening for the consent agenda. She came in late, but she would like to make a few remarks if that's okay.
Sure.
Joe Beatty, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Joe Beatty calling. First of all, I tried to call on the consent agenda, and I would remind the mayor and those conducting this meeting that there is a delay from the time you ask if there's somebody there, from the time you announce that you'll be taking comment, and you need to allow time for people to call in. By the time the delay happens, by the time you hear it on the device and you call in, the item is over if there hadn't been other callers ahead of you. So please be cognizant of that. On the consent agenda, I was going to once again object to last minute additions to it. I object to the way that you use the consent agenda in general. If you spend money, you authorize contracts, and that's certainly not doing the people's business out in the open. And by the same token, on this regular agenda, I object to all the added items, the late added items. It's for years been saying you weren't going to make, except for extreme emergencies, and it happens over and over and over again. And you, Mr. Mayor, at the end of I think 2 weeks ago, at the end of that meeting, very late at night, you chided Mr. Areola for trying to add something onto a motion that you didn't think was appropriate. And you spoke eloquently about the public's right to know and the public's right to be informed ahead of time and not to just put items on at the last minute. And I think you should, I applaud you for those comments. I'd just like to see you live by them. And one more comment. I think that when people are calling in, rather than focusing on either the agenda, first of all, I cannot see the agenda, so it's really hard for me to see the changes right now, because right now you have a countdown clock running, and I don't even know how that relates to my time because of the delay. But I think the camera should be on the commission so that we can see you paying attention to what we're saying and see what's going on in chambers. Too often you use this screen to obliterate and really work further to keep us out of the boardroom. And I really hope that you think about what I said and perhaps make some changes. I think having the commission up there in the upper right-hand corner in a tiny little box.
Joe, thank you.
Do you have anybody else on?
No, sir. That is our last caller on this topic.
Okay, so we have a motion to adopt our regular agenda. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Areola absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so this is an opportunity for anybody that would like to speak to any items that are on our agenda to do so at the beginning of the meeting and then not have to wait around till that item comes up for discussion later. And so if you would like to speak to any items, if you are speaking to one item on our agenda, you will have 3 minutes. If you're speaking to more than one item, you'll have a total of 5 minutes. And then you forego your opportunity to speak later on in the agenda when it comes up. So is anybody in chamber here to speak to early public comment? Sure. Are you speaking to one or more than one item?
One item.
Okay.
I'm speaking for BD7. So I'd like to thank everybody for that I've spoken to throughout these past few months. Mayor Poe, also City Manager Feldman, just kind of been very responsive to us. But we kind of got hit off guard.
And just tell us who you are.
Oh, sorry. Jose from the How Bazaar.
Thank you.
And let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is one of those situations which gives the city a clear opportunity to stand up and support the underrepresented, the artists, the artisans, and the local grown businesses. We agreed to every concession that the city has requested. On July 23rd, we were notified in good faith that the city had accepted our July 9th offer. And on August 18th, which was yesterday, we received our first clear communication from Colliers, giving us almost no time to prepare to be notified that there was obstacles in between us accessing this lease. In closing, we're excited for sustainable development downtown, and denying AMJ's proposed acquisition of 60 Southwest 2nd Street will not affect AMJ's ability to execute project on Lot 10. Honoring the How Bazaar's lease offer will allow both parties to continue their projects unhindered and will be a net positive for the city. Denying the How Bazaar's proposed lease will negatively affect the community directly and the future landscape and vision for downtown. Feel free to ask any of the local businesses, such as Lucy's, The Bull, which will be our neighbors, about our reputation and what we're able to do in the community. We are made up of successful business owners, experienced operations managers, organizers, and activists. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. If you'd, sir, if you just give us a second, yeah, Ms. Molden will clean that area. Adam, do you have anybody for early public comment on the line?
No, sir. We have somebody for general public comment on the American Rescue Plan, just confirming that she should offer her remarks during general public comment and not now. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'm Danny Hughes, one of the owners of Lucy's downtown. I'm lucky enough to know some of you by your first name. During the last 18 months, I've worked very closely with some of you regarding Streetery, closing the streets, open container, in Lot 10 Streetery Park. Mr. Feldman, Mr. Ward have been very helpful in this time, and I would actually consider them friends at this point, so I'm going to speak to my friends and not to my commissioners. Things are really weird. I did not expect to see what I saw when I walked up here today. I don't envy the position you're in, and I promise I'm not going to make this any harder on you. I don't intend to challenge you on masks or vaccines or any of that. There's too many people way smarter than me that know about these things. 13 years ago, I was the general manager of the largest bar in Gainesville at Gator City, and I heard about this hotel that was being built on a parking lot downtown, and I thought it was kind of cool. 13 years later, there's no hotel. 11 years ago, I signed a lease on the property that I'm in now as Lucy's, and in October 2010, we opened. We heard about Gainesville Green. Still no Gainesville Green. Then we heard about another hotel. Still no hotel. 4 years ago, my wife and I inquired about the property, or 3 years ago, that Jose is speaking of, to open her shop that now exists in Thornbrook called Life on Plastic. We were told it was going to be a construction office for a forthcoming hotel. No hotel. A couple years later, I was contacted by First Magnitude to try to get a hold of anybody who knew anything about that space because they were...
Ma'am,
Cool.
please,
Thank
no
you.
disruptions. Thank you.
Nice hat.
You're going, man.
Thanks. Okay. A couple years ago, First Magnitude contacted me, interested in expanding their operation, potentially putting in a brew pub over there. They were told it was earmarked for an office for a construction business. We still have no construction. We still have no office. Communities and municipalities all over the world have green spaces in the center of their downtown. For 13 years, I've been hearing about a hotel or development that has not happened for one reason or the other. I think, personally, it's time for Jose to be able to get his space to move forward. Let's tear out the concrete in Lot 10, make it a park. I promise you, in 20 years, when you're walking downtown with your kids or your grandkids or your wives, you're going to be really happy you did that. Enough's enough. You've been trying to make it happen for a long, not just you all. There were commissions before you and administrations before that were trying to do this. I think it's a fruitless effort, and I think it serves very well as Streetery Park. I think it would serve better if it was sod and plants and a green space for people to go. Doing this frees up the space for How Bizarre. It also gives us a green space in downtown that we kind of desperately need. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any comments for early public comment? This is speaking to items that are already on our agenda. I'd like to make those comments now instead of waiting around for later. Adam, I'll check back with you one more time.
Yes, sir. There's nobody here for early public comment. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, then we'll close this period of early public comment and then go to the next item.
Next item is general public comment.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
Mayor Pro, before my time begins, may I please have the overhead?
Overhead, please.
And if we can zoom in before my time begins. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So what you see before you is a petition that your trusted partner filed with the county to appeal the county's denial of the Archer Solar Project. Certainly it's within their right, but my clients would view this as continuing to terrorize the historic rural African American community, disrespecting property owners that descended from slaves and sharecroppers, and putting profit ahead of just doing the right thing. Now, the commission is, for the most part, with the exception of Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Duncan Walker, has remained silent on this important point. And you have numerous folks, again, from Archer that are here. And they're here today because they're upset. The commission's sitting in silence despite approving a heavily redacted contract, another heavily redacted contract, which cryptically referred to the site in a legal description, not a parcel number. So you guys had superior knowledge to anyone in this room. Property owners never knew that this was going to be dumped in their backyard until the orange signs went up in February. So they continue to ask you, which is in your power. You sit as the board of directors of GRU. You may not be able to tell your trusted partner or Regis anything, but certainly you could tell GRU what to do. And I think the time has come to stop making excuses. The time has come to acknowledge responsibility for creating the problem that this commission created by approving this heavily redacted contract, and to be part of the solution, help do the right thing, because the ask has always been consistent. The ask has always been hit pause, engage in the community-wide re-envisioning process, and find a more appropriate location for this project that everyone can support rather than dumping into the backyard of a historic rural African-American community. But the onus is on you to act, Mayor Poe, and your continued silence on this important issue. I mean, this commission, you, Commissioner Ward, you have resolutions constantly about everything that has nothing to do with the city of Gainesville, has everything to do with world this, world that. This is a local issue, but we don't see resolutions or motions or motions for special meetings or resolutions asking your trusted partner to withdraw this appeal and go do the right thing. We need your action, because your silence is tantamount to the Gainesville white liberal elite telling African-American property owners living in Archer how to think, what's best for them, and how to live their lives. That's unacceptable given the commission's alleged stance on equity, which flies in the face of hypocrisy by your continued silence. So please help these people. They're here to speak. I hope you'll listen. I hope we can get some action and resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, I'll go over to you. Do you have anybody for general public comment?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Beverly Craig. Ms. Craig, you've got 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Craig.
Hello?
Ms. Craig, you're on the line. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. My name is Beverly Craig, and I'm calling about the American Rescue Plan and the funding. Okay. I was not given the opportunity to present the Walls Mentoring Project after July the 18th. I experienced 18 shots near Ms. Wall's house, which is my mother's house. And later on that evening, a guy got killed on 8th Avenue. I'm at ground zero. I live in this neighborhood. It's a lot of violence. I'm not trying to submit a project for money. I'm trying to submit a project for these kids and young male adults, especially. They don't trust anybody. And I feel that before y'all disperse funding from the American Rescue Plan, that you all should give local proposals the utmost priority over people just trying to get monies. If these boys don't trust them and these kids don't trust them, that's defeating the cause. It's not empowering them, it's empowering these kids to stop some of this violence. And they don't trust anybody. A prime example yesterday, there was a situation with the police in our neighborhood in the cul-de-sac. A 91-year-old woman told me to walk down the street to find out what was happening. All the kids in the neighborhood know I don't do their walking. So they watched to see if I was going to listen at that old lady. So after I did it, I told them, I said, the same way I listen at her, I need you all to listen at me. And I have that trust in the neighborhood. And I feel this commission and the mayor should take the time to resume the Walls Mentoring Project before y'all disperse all the funding to other people coming out of different counties. It's not local, to review what I have in hand. And I did not realize that you all was discussing that this Thursday. I thought it was next Thursday. So I need to be able to present it for the mayor and the commission to review my Walls Mentoring Project before y'all make a decision and disperse all the funding from the American Rescue Plan to other companies.
Thank you, Ms. Craig.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Craig. We'll be having
We'll
be having a special meeting to discuss the ARP funds next Wednesday, the 25th.
Recording in progress.
Next person in chambers, general public comment, items that are not on our agenda. Welcome.
Mayor Poe, Commissioners, I'm here again just to ask you, well, last time we were here, you said that the Origins could not put a solar plant on the property in Archer on 346. That was a done deal. They could not put it there. Now they have filed an appeal with the county saying they still want to put it there. So I'm asking you and the commission, what can you do about this? Why are you still allowing Origis to pursue the property in Archer on 346? What can you do to terminate your contract with Origis, or just tell them to leave? We're going through this and going through this and going through this. And I listened to you and I listened to Mr. Areola, and you both said, no, they cannot put it there. So why are they filing an appeal? Why are they trying to get the county to reverse their decision on the fact that it's not wanted out there? We don't need it out there. We're just asking you to support us out in Archer. I know your city, but we need your help because this is a contract with you and Origis, not with us. But you're still allowing them. It's like they're harassing us. They're telling us we're going to put it there no matter. So we're asking you to tell them to move on. Find someplace else to put your project. This is not an acceptable site. We're asking you and the commission to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
No, sir, there's nobody else for general public comment.
Okay. One moment, we'll ask the next speaker in chambers to come up.
My name is Hattie Osgood. I live in Archer. And the place they want to put this solar field is right in my backyard. 2 times it's been denied. And still, it haven't been settled. I worked hard for that property. My parents was sharecroppers. I don't want a solar field in my back door. It was denied 2 times, and still, they want to put it in my neighborhood. Wow, that's only 150 feet from my property. What about all that other stuff over there? Nothing. But still, they want to put it in my neighborhood. I don't want it there. It's a blank neighborhood, and that's why I moved there. Basically, I had 12 brothers. Nobody wanted us in their neighborhood unless we moved in a project somewhere. So I struggled and I worked hard for that piece of property so that nobody can say, move in the project. We got those 100 and some acres. I did it for my family. I worked 2 jobs so that we would have a place to go to. They would never have to talk about going to a project. I would appreciate it. I'm asking that they tell Origin, no, it's been denied 2 times. It's been denied, and still, they still coming in our neighborhood. Why is that? If it had been said about some of the other neighborhoods, Hills Plantation or somewhere over there, would it be there? No. It'll be a done deal. It was denied 2 times, and that would have been it. But no, they're still coming to my neighborhood. The neighborhood I worked hard for my family, so that we wouldn't have to face this kind of stuff. And still, we're facing it. I'm upset. I'm asking that the commissioners tell Origin, find them a place. It don't have to be in anybody's neighborhood. There's so much empty property all over the place, out of sight. But why my neighborhood? Why Archer?
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being with us today again.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. One moment, we'll get it cleaned and then ask for the next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I do have another caller for general public comment if you want to take that one right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Darlene Pafalo, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Pafalo, are you out there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Excuse me. Yes, thank you very much. I was just watching this, everybody speaking, and I just thought to myself, I thought that this issue with Archer was settled. I didn't think that we were still going through that with the county saying no, and of course the city of Archer saying no, that they didn't want it either. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think GRU, I think if they're going to do anything, GRU, since you're the chair of the commission, runs the GRU basically, they should go where they own their own property. GRU owns property, and if they don't own it, I think they do own property, GRU, but that they should put this stuff that Archer doesn't want, and I don't blame them, in another area. Why is GRU fighting these well-intended people that own the property and have these thoughts? The city of Archer said they didn't want it. So why is GRU still pushing it? I just don't understand that. That's not very good business for the citizens of Archer and truthfully of Alachua County, because I think if I remember correctly, I thought also Alachua, the county commissioner, county commissioner, sorry, didn't want it either. So why is this coming up again? I don't understand. It should have been dead a long time ago. And that's just my 2 cents for what it's worth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, back to you. I do have another caller when you're ready.
Okay, next person in chambers.
My name is Shirley Whitfield, and yesterday I attended along with 2 of the commissioners. The intent was to talk about the inequities, I guess, to just hear it. And it was a good start, but it just needed to be widely spread. My concern is, just like the lady said, she thought it was over. And that is the comment that I continually get from my friends and people that we talk to. They think like, well, why y'all keep going down there? Well, it is because you are the deciding factor in terms of making this final decision. And what we need is for you to say, this is over, it's on the dotted line, and so we can go home. We don't mind going home. We ain't gonna be fighting, we're not gonna make any trouble, but we are willing to go home. But in essence, this is harassment. This is inequity. This action is that. This is what happens when people continually do something to someone who is somewhat appear to be disadvantaged. And I guess our color, our uniform makes us inequitable. And there needs to be a change, and it needs to stop. We do not want to be harassed, and we don't want you to put us in this position. We don't want that. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Adam?
All righty. Joe Beatty, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Beatty?
Hello? Hello. Yes, I have 2 comments here. There's over a minute delay between what you can see streaming and what's going on live. So please take that into account. This is very confusing to the public. And the other thing is, could you please, when they show the commission, only seeing like 3 seats. Last I saw, it looked like there were only 2 of you in this meeting. Could you have the AV guys do a wide shot so we can see the whole dais. Okay, and to the point of this GRU solar, I'd like to know, does this contract have a backout clause? And would this is a public records request for a copy of the contract, and if the attorney would indicate where to look in that contract, what section the backout clause can be found. I think you need to pay attention to the people that are speaking before you in chambers, and for once, use the equity toolkit as it's purportedly to be used for equity. It doesn't seem to be being used in this case. Thank you very much. Again, that was a public records request for the contract, and whoever sends it to me to let me know what section the backout clause can be found. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatty.
Next person in chambers, please. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. I'm here for the same thing about the solar out in Archer. And when I was presented with the fact that they had put together a proposal to petition or whatever you call it to continue to fight this thing against us, I'm not that smart. I don't know what all this means. So in my own little mind, the way I interpreted it was that you got a bunch of rednecks, Klansmen from Texas, coming down here to Florida, ganging up with GRU, Gainesville Racist University, against an African American black community. And that saddens me. We've been coming out here, I think this is about the third time. We're still asking for the same thing. We're not fighting. We're not cursing. We're not killing. We're still asking. We're still being humble and asking the county, the city commissioners to make a decision and end this thing. Stop it right now. It needs to be stopped. We don't want it. And all they after right now is saying, Gainesville, we're going to go out there in Archer and put 630 some acres worth of crosses in a black neighborhood. And we don't care if they see them or not, because we don't want no colored people telling us what to do. A bunch of colored people in a black neighborhood with one white boy as a counselor, they can't tell us that. And that's what we see. We want you to join this white boy over here and tell them to stop this right now. End this. You have the power. Y'all own GRU. Tell GRU to cancel this contract, whatever they need to do to get out of it, but leave us alone. Archer, as it's been said, the city of Archer got with us and said, we don't want it. A whole lot of other people have said, we don't want it. The county said, we don't want it. But you guys are holding up the progress. You won't make a decision. Don't let a bunch of rednecks, Klansmen come in here and tell y'all what to do. Work with us. Help us out. Be our neighbors. Them black folks out there in Archer is our neighbors and our friends. Think like that. Give me something to be proud of. Let me tell my grandchildren that y'all did something nice for the black people.
Adam?
Thank you, sir. I've got one here. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name's Debbie Martinez, and I'm a registered nurse, and I encourage everyone who can, of course, there are medical doctors who tell them that they can, everyone who can get fully vaccinated to get fully vaccinated. But Mayor Poe, you and the members of this commission are allowing charter officers to pay their employees $250 each of taxpayers' money just by merely saying they got vaccinated just for only taking one dose rather than showing any real proof. And you should wait until they are fully vaccinated. This opens up the door for employees to lie in order to make an easy $250 off the backs of hardworking and lower income people, the taxpayers, us. Employees must be required to show real proof before you hand over $250 to them. You know how to require that employees show real proof of being fully vaccinated before giving them $250 of our money, even if you are legally challenged. Taxpayers must be protected from employees willing to lie to make a quick $250 off the backs of poor people at the hands of your incompetence. Thank you.
Okay, next person in chambers.
Martinez.
Anybody else? Go ahead. We've only got a few minutes left, so let's use them wisely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to get in between the people who were speaking about Archer, so my comments are totally different from what they're talking about. My name is Rodney Long, and I'm here today as a Democratic candidate for the Florida Senate District 8 seat, representing Alachua, Marion, and Putnam counties. I am here on a 3-county tour visiting all the local governments in these 3 counties to introduce myself and to give them one assurance that when I'm elected as your next state senator, you will have a friend in Tallahassee in the state senate with local home rule government. The last several years, county governments, regardless of whether you're Republican or you're Democrat, you've been under assault by the majority party in Tallahassee. In Tallahassee, they believe that one size fits all when it comes to local government. I don't believe that. I believe that government that's closest to the people are the best for the people. In Tallahassee, you have my assurance that I will push back and oppose all preemptions when it comes to local governments, any unfunded mandates, or any cost shifts to local government. In addition to that, I will make sure that legislation like Senate Bill 90, which is an assault on our democracy, will be pushed back on in Tallahassee. You have my assurance that legislation like House Bill 1, which is unconstitutional, and I applaud you for pushing back on that unconstitutional legislation, and it goes against every bedrock principle of freedom of speech and freedom of protest. Also, you have my assurance that I will push back when it comes to them assaulting our democracy, whether it's going against the will of the people, when it comes to constitutional amendments, whether it's Florida Forever funding, Amendment 4, whether it's the minimum wage, or whether it's affordable housing through the Sadowski Trust Fund. Speaking of the Sadowski Trust Fund, you have my assurance that I will fight for full funding of the Sadowski Trust Fund for local government and for our housing providers. I ask that you visit my website, you look at my qualifications and experience, and I'll be contacting you individually to find out if there are other issues that you're concerned about. With your help and your support, we can flip this seat and we can turn it blue in 2022.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Long.
very kindly.
Appreciate you being here. Adam, anybody on the line?
No, sir. Nobody on the line at this time. Wait, I take that back. We do have a late caller, Vanita Coney.
Thank you.
Ms. Coney, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Benita Coney. I'm calling on the behalf of the solar plant. I am opposed against putting an archer. I am a property owner, and my family and friends are there, and I am opposed against it. I feel also like my family that this needs to be in danger because it's not used for archer. So I am calling in to say I am against the solar plant in Archer, Florida. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Coney. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, next speaker in chambers, please. Welcome.
I guess me. Kathy Benton, City of Gainesville resident, and I've got comment on two topics that I think you're going to talk about today. First, the Archer Solar Farm on County Road 346. Mr. Mayor, I learned after the last time I appeared here that I made you cry. It makes me want to cry to hear how these people have had to come down so many times to the city and the county, to their Archer local meetings, and try to plead with you guys to not do this to them. I think it's totally wrong to impose this unwanted pet project on a rural Black community. Family farmers who've been there for a long time, who stand to gain nothing from this project, quite possibly lose property value, lose quality of life. These neighbors are being treated unfairly, and I agree with the people who spoke earlier. Just let's put this to an end. Stop, even talking about locating this solar farm on their area and find a different location for it. The second topic would be the open container, thing in the city of Gainesville limits. What a great idea. I mean, we don't support the police here, apparently, down here. Now we're going to try to make their job even more impossible. Minors drinking to excess on our city streets without any fear of really being stopped by law enforcement just doesn't sound like a good idea. I mean, really, what could go wrong? We already have enough pedestrian and cyclist deaths happening in our area as it is. Violent crime has gone up. I mean, I like a good beer or a glass of wine too, but I just don't see how this can be beneficial. I do want to ask you to consider something. I go up to Thomasville, Georgia a lot, and it's a great little southern town. One Friday a month, first Friday of the month, they have Sip and Stroll, and you can have an open container the first Friday of the month. They have a concert, sort of like we have at our Bo Diddley Plaza, on that one Friday a month. And the shopkeepers, the drinking and eating establishments, they all have things out on the sidewalk. One Friday a month. That seems like enough to ask our law enforcement to be on, extra vigilance for the things that happen when people drink too much, basically. I don't think we need to encourage that every day, especially in a college town where people are sending their kids, hopefully, to be safe. I think our college students are more in danger by that policy of the open container than they ever possibly could be from COVID, based on everything I know about how COVID affects young people. So,
Thank you, Ms. Benton.
Yep.
Okay, we've reached the end of our general public comment period of 30 minutes. And so if we were to take any others, we'd have to waive our rules. Is there any? Okay, then we will close general public comment. And thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. It is greatly appreciated that you took time out of your day to do so. And we will move on, Madam Clerk, to our next business item.
Next item is BD1, Commissioner Harvey Ward, COVID discussion
Now,
with
just
the
following our
recommendation.
rules. All right, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know there's a lot of conversation about the mandate. I wanted to just take a moment to do a couple things. I want to thank the Alachua County School Board for their work this past week, and I watched all of that meeting, and I know that they had really they heard a lot of opinions and a lot of very well-informed input, and I appreciate them as a parent and as a policymaker. I want to thank the Alachua County Commission for the mask mandate that they've been able to work on as well. I imagine there are other COVID-related things that could be discussed in an effort to make the mandate that we supported more useful. I wanted to put out a motion after having met with some folks from the bargaining units. But before I get to that motion, that I hope will make it a little more fair, my understanding is that there are going to be discussions between staff and bargaining unit heads in the next few days. Mr. Manager, is that accurate, that that's an ongoing discussion? I see members, leaders from the bargaining units here in the room, and I've had a lot of discussions with those folks, and I know there are questions, but I'm glad to see that management is working through some of it. I will tell you that a couple of things that they brought to my attention that are interesting to me going forward, that we certainly don't have to decide on today, couldn't decide on today because we don't have information to work with. I would like us to consider the concept of a special class of COVID leave, both for folks who might have adverse reactions to a vaccine, as well as who have the effects of the disease itself. And these this is not a motion, it's just something I want us to think about, because I don't have details on how to make that happen. I would also like us to consider the concept of a disability fund going forward, specific to COVID issues, particularly for anyone whose physicians can prove that they had a long-term impact from the vaccine. I don't want us to move something forward on our workers that ends up harming them long-term without recognizing that we have a responsibility in that. Now, I haven't talked with the manager about that, and I'm not ready to make any motion on it, but those are two things that I would like us to consider. Those are concerns that were brought forward by the bargaining units, and I would like us to have that in the back of our mind. And again, it's not anything we have to decide today, but it is a thing that is not going to go away, and I would like us to be aware of it. Today, though, and again, this was brought to me by bargaining unit members, we passed a mandate for city workers, but we did not do anything about folks to ensure that folks who are working side by side with them as contractors are vaccinated. So today I want to move that we direct the charter officers to develop a plan to require vaccination of all city contractors working alongside city workers who are required to be vaccinated in a non-incidental manner, and that the plan be implemented by September 16th.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Motion was by Ward, second by Hayes Santos, to require all contractors working alongside City of Gainesville employees to be vaccinated by, you said September 16th, same date?
Well, for a plan to be implemented by September 16th.
Okay. Plan implemented by 9/16. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Ward, for putting this back on the agenda. So I'm going to start with an apology, mostly to Mr. Sean Smith, with whom I've met now, and we had a very sincere conversation. And while some have called my swing vote irrational, I will admit it was reactionary based on what was said, and I think our intent was good. Or given what our charters put forward as a plan, I feel increasingly uncomfortable with the timeline set. I think we did, as I've heard many times, go 0 to 60 in an hour-and-a-half meeting. I do want as many safety measures in place to keep our community builders and our neighbors safe. I don't want to lose another person or have anybody else spend a minute in the ER or ICU because of this. That said, I'm faced with two choices. Does the city collapse because half our workforce is dead? Or does the city collapse because half our workforce walks out? Or we have to terminate them? I don't like either of those choices. I've talked to a lot of the union presidents. I've talked to individual members of our individual community builders. There's no easy choice. Everyone admits that. That said, I think we could have put in more midpoint measures that are still very effective and in a combination of them are very effective without requiring a mandate. I would still encourage everyone to be vaccinated, please. However, I think what we have 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks now, for everyone to get that first shot, and then a week after that, you'll be called in if you haven't submitted your documentation. I don't think that's enough time for EHS or communications to really engage with our community builders to assuage fears. I'm sure you've gotten the same emails I have where what a lot of folks are scared of doesn't make sense. Or you can easily, if you sit down with them and a doctor, and they can tell you, no, it doesn't have fetal tissue in the vaccine itself. No, it doesn't. Any number of things that we've read that are medically unsound and unlikely. But folks are scared. And I think if we gave more time for communications and EHS to engage with departments, to engage with bargaining units at a separate location, if that's what works best. I do want more time. But knowing that if we give more time, it's more risk, I'd also like us to consider that if we do consider more time in moving that deadline, that we also ask if you remain unvaccinated to submit to weekly testing, if only as just another safeguard if you are still not sure of what choice to make. So yeah, I fully support what Commissioner Ward brought up. It's in the spirit of fairness. It's only fair. If we do have a bunch of the folks leaving because they're not vaccinated, and then next day we bring in temporary workers who are not vaccinated, what was the point? We're still submitting our community workers, to our community builders, to a risk. I'm not sure if you'd allow an amendment to it, but I'd like us to explore moving that deadline for vaccination documentation to at least October 1st, just to give us a little more time to communicate with folks and be able to do more active as opposed to passive information and FAQs on vaccines and what this means if folks have concerns about their health, about insurance, about workers' compensation, all those issues about their future here. I'd like to give everyone time to actually get an answer, to sit down and have more active engagement with our community builders. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard a lot from union leadership, spent a lot of time talking to city employees. I remain convinced that the vaccine is the premier solution that we have to save lives and save people from having to go to the hospital and to ultimately save our hospital system from being overwhelmed. That being said, the reality of how many of the bargaining units and how many employees came forward with concerns has caused me to rethink our approach, at least originally how we started out. It perhaps wasn't the soundest strategy to roll this out without including bargaining units, who represent most of our workforce. That was a mistake. What is not a mistake is getting your shot. That's not a mistake. So I'm willing to accept the postponement. I'm not willing to change my mind on requiring people to take that shot because it will save lives. We don't need 100%. Epidemiologists don't give a hard number on what percentage of vaccinated persons in an area is herd immunity, 75-ish, whatever. It's not a hard number. That's where we need to get to, not just in this organization, but in this community. I don't know what Alachua County's vaccination number is now. I believe the last time I checked it was 62. Perhaps it's gone higher in the intermediate time. We're not there yet. And there's a lot of people who I think because of our 0 to 60 approach, there's a lot of people who said, well, if that's how they want to play it, well, I'm just not going to get my shot. I would really hope someone who says something like that would think about their own health rather than what we say, and would think about making a decision to get the shot yourself. It's not just for you, it's for everyone around you, and it's the way that we get back to whatever semblance of normal we had before the pandemic. I understand people's hesitancy. I do. This has been completely unprecedented. We were supposed to be done with COVID by this point this year, at least not in the situation that we're in, where the hospitals are being overrun, and we're all back to wearing masks again everywhere we go. So if this postponement with the vaccine education plan and the weekly testing, if all of this happens and we still see an increase in vaccinations, if we get to our herd immunity number, we're going to be fine. We're going to be all right. But I'm just seeing a lot of people just not thinking that getting their shot is that important. But it is, y'all. It's a marvel of modern medicine. So I would implore all of you to continue to be engaged in the conversation with city leadership, with your union leaders. This is the inflection point. So I'm willing to accept the postponement, if that be the will of the commission, so that we can have more deliberation on how something like this gets implemented, and so that we can calm some folks down, because I know there's a lot of fear out there, and I don't want to see anyone get fired over this. I want to see people get their shots. That's all. Hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will accept adding a second piece to this motion to extend the initial deadline to October 1st. But I want to be clear that puts me in a little bit of a weird position, because I'm not sure I'm going to vote for that, not because I don't think that more time is better, but because I still don't support the mandate. And to be real clear about the initial part of the motion there, my point behind that is that it's not fair for city workers to have to be required and not require contractors who are going to work right beside them. So yeah, I'm good with adding that if the seconder is.
October 1st. Okay, seconder agrees, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually just have a question, a follow-up question. Either you can answer or Attorney Shalley can answer. What are the legalities of that, of being able to require a contractor that works for someone else, but paid by the city? Attorney Shalley, can you weigh in on that? Or anybody?
Ms. Shalley, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I think what we'll first have to do is the charter officers will need to get together and determine what contracts would be affected by this, because as I read the motion, it's only city contractors who actually have people working side by side city workers. So a lot of contracts that the city has, folks are doing that work from their own offices, or they're out on a job site doing something where there aren't city workers present. So I think the charters will want to determine who this will affect and then look at current contracts to see if there's any ability to amend them. And then certainly it could be implemented going forward, meaning any contract entered into after the date that this motion becomes effective.
Thanks, Attorney Shelley. I have a couple of thoughts. One, I appreciate the thinking behind what Commissioner Sacco had to say, and also David Ariola. I still will not be able to support it for a few reasons. One is that I've really been repeatedly saying this since I've been on the commission, but I absolutely believe that we need to meet people where they are when it comes to these really big decisions. And we did not do that. We didn't have the discussion. We didn't think through how we were going to implement this. I understand what the goal is, and I agree with the goal and the outcome. We want health and safety to be paramount for our employees and for our community. We want, I would say, not all, for me personally, most of our community builders to be vaccinated. Let's say in the 70 to 80% range. I believe there's absolutely a different way to get there than to have mandated it in the way that we did, and the current implementation that we are, and the current implementation of it. We didn't meet people where they were. We didn't get any data. We didn't do a survey to understand who's vaccinated, who's not, how many people, where they are in their thinking about the vaccine. Are they completely, not going to get the vaccine no matter what we do? Are they just a little bit vaccine hesitant and deliberative? Are there people that are absolutely gung-ho when they got the vaccine immediately? We need to know that information before we start mandating. If it were up to me, I would have done that first. My second step would have been to invite everybody to the table, the bargaining units, senior leadership, to understand what the goal was, and then figure out how we get there instead of just mandating it. I would have put things in maybe there should be a step in between, like an actual education campaign, incentives, FDA approval. There are all these things that we could have really deliberatively thought through and thoughtfully done that in a way that would have gotten us to will get us to our desired outcome. I have also talked to many of the bargaining units and have had conversations with our community builders. And I'm really sorry for the way that we have treated this and you. I believe we took a cavalier attitude. We should never do that with a deeply personal choice like this. And I hope that moving forward, we will continue to involve people in every step of the decision-making process so that we get the desired outcome that we want without saying, you have to do X, Y, and Z. We absolutely should have handled this differently. So what I would like to see happen is us do some of those things that we mentioned, understanding what the desired outcome is. And then once we get to the end of that process and we actually have the data and understand who is vaccinated and who is not, then we might consider a different decision. We might not. But I think that we should have had that conversation, have those steps, have an education campaign, have incentives, wait for FDA approval, all of these things before we say you have to do X, Y, and Z. So I'm not going to be able to support the motion, even though I understand and I appreciate the intent with which it was made. And I look forward to what all of my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Ariola and Commissioner Johnson. I share several of your sentiments. Like I believe everyone up here, I've spoken to several leaders of bargaining units. I've spoken to several community builders. And my heart is broken just about every time. I think all of us got an email as we walked in today that I do want to take just a moment to read because I think it's important. One of the things that I've always believed in, like Commissioner Johnson just illuminated, is it's important for us to meet our people where they are. It's important for us to listen. And one of our community builders penned this, City of Gainesville Commissioners. I have never thought myself to be an individual easy to be triggered. I aim to be level-headed and rational, but after the City Commission meeting on August 5th, I find myself full of anxiety and anger. People of color in the United States have had some traumatic experiences with disparate treatment in the medical community. The Commission's decision regarding the vaccine mandate just further damaged the trust of the concerned community builders. I was fortunate enough to be born in the United States and raised in Haiti. I say fortunate because I got the best of both worlds. I was able to have an American passport that opened international doors while receiving an education from a culture and nation of slaves who fought for their freedoms. Our freedom means the most to us, and no one has been able to force anything on us, except for the abuse of power from larger nations that bully their way in the world. What the Commission did on August 5th was an abuse of power with no actual regard for employees' well-being or mental and physical health. In these times, to jeopardize the jobs and livelihood of community builders by giving them an ultimatum between their jobs or the vaccine is a form of oppression. People should not be penalized with termination, with the uncertainty of when and how they will obtain employment afterwards. This belittles those who have worked so hard for the city. No one wants to feel disregarded and considered as disposable. There's much more here. I won't read the entire document, but that was deeply impactful for me. And I maintain the sentiments that I had on August 5th. I stand in support of everyone's right to make deeply personal decisions about your health. I really wish that we had had much more foresight in this process, that we had incentivized vaccines and taken many other measures, as opposed to going to what I consider the nuclear option of requiring your jobs. That's deeply troublesome for me. It came to my attention that there was a conversation with the charters and an infectious disease expert who actually advised that we not take this step. Deep concerns. And so neither will I be supporting the motion. I certainly hope that in the future we'll be on the front end of decisions. We see a huge outcry of individuals who wish we would have listened and met them where they are. I certainly hope we'll take that into consideration and do this differently the next time.
Commissioner Ariola.
This is my second bite, you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the conversations, and I can respect commissioners who don't want to require this for employees. I can respect that. But no one's been able to sufficiently answer the question, what happens if we don't reach herd immunity? If enough people don't get vaccinated? If enough people don't choose to get vaccinated? What happens then? Well, we already know a little bit. What we know in the period of the time is that there's been a lot of variants that have mutated. That's going to continue. Last year, we were all grateful that children weren't going to be hospitalized by COVID, and now children are in the hospital with COVID. This is only going to continue to get worse and worse in more horrible and unimaginable ways until we reach herd immunity. And if you remember from the discussions at the very top of the pandemic, there's only two ways to do that. Number one, everybody gets infected. That wasn't a good decision. You see what happened to those states. The other option is vaccination. Again, a gift of modern medicine. I can be sensitive and appreciate the fact that not all doctors in our history have lived up to their oaths of taking care of people. And I can appreciate that some infectious disease experts would have a different opinion about how to govern. They were taught how to make medicine. We were taught how to make decisions and how to represent people. I don't want people to cast doubt on this vaccine. It is the most apolitical thing. I was telling someone in my office, Republican, Democratic administration administering this vaccine. Really can't make this up. We're not going to get to herd immunity without enough people getting vaccinated, y'all. And in that time period that we're taking to talk about these decisions, to slow things down, every single day that we do that, we are giving the people at Shands in North Florida a lack of confidence is what we're giving them. We're saying, you know, we got to take our time. Y'all have been fighting this. They have been fighting this. They're still fighting this. I think about all those nurses. The epidemiologists I talked to all agree the surge is still going. It's going to get worse. So I am begging you, if you have an inkling of a desire to go and get vaccinated and you haven't been vaccinated, please go and do it. Don't do it because we're requiring it. Don't do it because you're worried about your job. Don't do it because of any other reason than the fact that it is the safest thing for you and your family and for this community. That's what I'm begging you to do. We can get there. I know we can. We've been doing this for a long time, and I know everyone's tired. I am too. But we're not done yet. We weren't ever going to be done until we reached herd immunity. And there are countries all over this world that are begging to get access to this vaccine, which we have an abundance of. We don't have time to mess around. So I'm okay with the postponement only because I think we can all agree this could have been done better. But I am not going to allow doubt to be casted on the efficacy of this vaccine. It's working all around the world where it's being given. It's going to save your life or someone you love. That's where I stand.
Commissioner Saka?
Mayor. And I agree with Commissioner Ariola, and I thank all of you for your points and insights, but you're right. We can delay a certain amount. It becomes a cost-benefit issue of we take a lot more time to study and have meetings and gauge and get data and put together a PowerPoint. How long does that take? And meanwhile, how many people get sick or die? So 2 weeks is what I'm proposing, just because it's wiggle room, but it's not saying this is next year's problem. We can't do that. We don't have the luxury of time or that much time for the decision put in front of us. And none of us wanted this decision. When I ran for office, I certainly didn't expect COVID to be all I would deal with. So that's why I'm offering time, because I know people are afraid. I acknowledge that the folks who met us outside and greeted us at City Hall are afraid and angry. But at the same time, I get calls, not from that many, but I get calls from other community builders who are in favor of requiring their colleagues to get vaccines. They're afraid to speak up because of the more conservative cultures of their department. They've seen the, let's say, ferocity and reaction to this discussion and this mandate, and they're afraid to say, I would actually prefer if my colleagues were vaccinated. That would make me feel safer in my job. And they're afraid to speak out. None of that is okay. That is just not a good, productive work environment for anyone. But those are also people we're thinking about. People who might quit if their job isn't safe and secure. People who quit because we ask it to be safe and secure. There's no perfect solution here at all. So that said, I also wanted to make a clarification on my request that until folks submit their vaccination record, that they submit to a weekly COVID test as well, just to try to ensure that the workspace is as safe as can be without the vaccine, if that's okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Commissioner Sacco, I like where you're going with it, but I'm not trying to add extra items. If I support the second part of my motion to extend the deadline, then it will only be because it's the best we can get for what I'm trying to achieve. I don't want to put extra pieces onto it. It absolutely does. Well, to clarify again, the first part of the motion, as we currently sit, it is possible for somebody to be a city worker and sit across the table from a contractor doing similar work, or sit in the truck next to somebody doing similar work that isn't required to be vaccinated, and I don't think that's fair to our city workers. I think if you're going to share the workspace, you got to share the consequence and share the requirement. If the requirement came up again, my vote would be the same as it was last time, but it doesn't look like it's going to come up again. So there we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. And thank you for the conversations I've had with folks that serve our community and serve our city. I appreciate those conversations. 4.5 million people have died from this. Children are now dying from this. Just last week, a baby died of this up in Tallahassee. There are circumstances where taking our time and working in a slow, methodical way to get to a consensus is in order. This is a crisis. This is the worst that it has been since the very beginning. It is imperative that we protect the health of our own community builders, and just as important, every single person that they come in contact with in their service. For us to be out in the community, potentially transmitting a deadly disease that leads that family to forever, have to sift through the trauma of a preventable death. It is our responsibility to prevent that from happening, collectively, in unity. We have had since last February to March, depending on your age and what the governor said, whether you could get a shot or not, for folks to do this. We have had several months where anybody at any time within a stone's throw of where you are at that point in time can get a shot. And we haven't done it. I think this number is probably higher, but right now we are showing 20% of our workforce is vaccinated. That means that potentially 80% of our folks are out there in the community endangering the lives of others. And we don't need to. There's a simple solution to it. That 62% vaccination rate is for eligible people. We've got tens of thousands of folks living in our community that aren't allowed to get the vaccine. I am terrified every morning when my daughters and my wife walk out to go to school, because only a small handful of people are even allowed to be vaccinated in that environment. I like to tell a story when I used to be a teacher about personal liberties and rights, because they're not absolute. Not a single one is absolute. It's the story of the nose and the fist. Every one of us is allowed to swing our arms in any direction we want. We can walk down the street swinging our arms. We can be back in the hallway swinging our arms. We can do it to our heart's content. The right to do that ends where somebody else's nose begins. Because they do not have a right to be punched in the face. And that's what we are doing when we are walking around the community and working, potentially spreading a deadly disease. We're not just punching people in the face, we are potentially killing them. And there's a simple, free, safe way to stop it. I absolutely understand the fear and the frustration by a certain percentage of our workforce. I am fine extending the deadline, even though I'm worried that that can lead to more infections and more hospitalizations and more deaths. And we don't even know the effects. Many doctors are starting to talk about this as creating an entirely new class of folks with disabilities that we will have to figure out accommodations for from this point forward. And so to give folks time to have their questions answered, to have their fear and hesitancy abated, I can vote to extend it by 2 weeks. But these are life and death decisions. And we can't base those decisions on a popularity contest. I'm fine being despised if it means that you get to live the rest of your life. I'm fine with that. And and I'll vote that way every single time. It's absolutely only out of concern for you, for your family, and for the people we serve in our community. And I would hope that you all that are still resisting this can find it within your humanity and locate that sense of duty and responsibility that you agreed to when you became an employee of the City of Gainesville. Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor to, and by the way, I absolutely support and would like our staff to start working on a specific COVID leave pool for those that are vaccinated and still need to sit out because of the other requirements we have. And I absolutely would be okay with a disability fund for any long-term effects from the vaccine. I think that those are going to be highly unlikely to non-existent, but if that helps allay people's fears, I'm happy with that too, Commissioner. So we can continue to talk about what that looks like, and if we want to direct staff to bring back some ways to do that, then I would absolutely support that. But we do have a motion on the floor to have our staff bring back an implementation plan to require folks working alongside our community builders that are contracted by the city to also be vaccinated, and to extend the final deadline roughly 2 weeks to October 1st. We'll get to members of the public in one moment. Let me go back to the few lights came on here. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will go ahead and add that we direct the charters to bring back a plan for a potential COVID leave pool and a plan for sure I want to say that for a potential COVID vaccine disability fund should such a thing be necessary.
Secretary, okay? Sure. Okay, well, if we're going to add those, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Just on you mentioned that the first portion was for the charters to bring back. I think they should put a plan and implement it as well. I don't know if that's your intention on the first part with the contractors, because if they have to bring it back, it means it's not going to, it's a long, it delays it quite a bit to be able to get into effect.
That the plan be implemented by September 16th.
Okay, yeah, that's not just what they go ahead. I'm open. Yeah, I'm fine with adding that second or that last portion. I do want to reiterate the vaccine is safe. The risks are little to none. There's a lot of misinformation out there on the risks. I worry about putting it out there. I think it might create more fear and risk of saying that and putting that out there. I'm open to bringing it back for discussion, but the vaccine is safe. I've gotten the vaccine. My mother's gotten the vaccine, my father, my brothers and sisters. It's a safe vaccine. And I think other commissioners who have spoken in favor of everyone get a vaccine have said it much better than I have, or I would. I do hear everyone out there. I hear your concerns, but I have a duty as on the board, the manager of all of our employees, to create a safe workplace. And by not moving forward a mandate, I feel like it'd be a dereliction of my duty to create a safe workplace. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, so we'll open it up for public comment. For any folks that haven't participated in this, you will get 3 minutes. When there's a minute left, a little yellow light will come on, and then when the red light comes on, your time has expired, and I'll invite up the next speaker. I will also alternate between people in the chamber and folks calling in to allow Ms. Molden to clean the space in between each speaker. Ms. Feldman?
So, Mayor, Commissioners, I apologize for interrupting before public comment, but if we can just get clarification on the second part of the motion to extend the initial deadline to October 1st. We have a second deadline in the guidance of October 14th. I believe the intent of the commission, from what I hear, would be to move that to October 30th. If you could just include that within the motion, so.
If we move that first deadline to October 1st, then October 31st would be the natural deadline to give the time for the
Right.
second shot.
I just wanted, for the clarity of the motion, to just include the extension on the second. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Okay, everybody. Go ahead, Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah. Perhaps I don't, maybe I assumed that this would be in last direction or in this direction, that there's going to be ample education efforts. We're going to recruit. I mean, I know there's some great.
Those are already taking place. Absolutely.
If they have to go into the office and talk to our employees, make it available, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want anyone to feel as though they have to go to Google and find out their own information. We have world-class educators who can do this for us. So as long as that's on the table and that's happening.
Okay, Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. I stand with the collective bargaining unit members, along with all the other city and GRU employees, in opposing your forced vaccination mandate. This mandate is overwhelmingly opposed by city employees. When I walked into this meeting, there's like 200 people out there. I've got phone calls since you guys voted to impose this mandate. People are upset, but once again, just like you failed to acknowledge the people that came from Archer, you don't care what people think. It's all about your political agenda. Likewise, Commissioner Ward's motion to require city contractors now to be vaccinated in a non-incidental manner, whatever that means, I don't know, that's ambiguous, is yet another example of government overreach by the Gainesville City Commission. I support health and safety, but getting an experimental vaccine that is approved for emergency use by the FDA should be a personal choice, not a city commission mandate. What happened to my body, my choice? What's next, commissioners? Government mandated sterilization? The city commission should reconsider these mandates, which are overwhelmingly opposed by the majority of city employees and your collective bargaining units. You guys are about as tone deaf as your out-of-town solar developer. We've heard comments about killing people. Half the workers will die. This is what happens when you divorce talking points from data to advance your divisive political agenda on your hardworking employees. We heard the COVID vaccine is a marvel of modern medicine. Instead of making political statements and virtue signaling, let's have an honest discussion about herd immunity. The COVID-19 vaccine does not contribute to herd immunity because it does not prevent a vaccinated person, such as myself, from contracting or transmitting the Delta variant. Mayor Poe, you stated this from the dais. The vaccine does not protect people around the vaccinated person. The vaccine does appear to be somewhat effective in preventing severe disease, and thus it affects only vaccinated individuals and should be on an individual decision. Again, maybe if you have a vaccine and you get the Delta, which vaccinated people get, then your symptoms are less, and that's good. And maybe it's undetermined that you can establish herd immunity from that. But Commissioner Ariola's assertion that this vaccine is going to affect herd immunity, that's factually inaccurate. So this is the political agenda being advanced in virtue signaling versus science and listening to your employees. Finally, the lump sum, the commission approved a PTO day off. That's not a lump sum payment, and charter officers now have the ability to override affirmative vote of the city commission without discussion. That's not appropriate. Thank you.
Adam, over to you. Adam, we can't hear you if you're talking.
I'm so sorry. We do have several callers. time, the first of which is Scott Holowasko. Mr. Holowasko, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Scott Holowasko. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there in person today. I've been a Gainesville neighbor for more than 30 years and have been an employee serving the city of Gainesville for more than 15 years. Prior to my employment with the city, I served as a volunteer and industrial firefighter and EMT for 14 years. Some of you know me as a member of the city's team, an organization devoted to recognizing employees of the Gainesville. We sponsor the employee rally when we all get to thank the employees of the city. We also host the annual employee awards, where employees get the opportunity to nominate their fellows for outstanding work in the previous year. Many of you have attended that ceremony in the past where those employees are recognized. All of you know me from the storm updates I send out on behalf of Gainesville's emergency management when we as a city have to prepare for severe weather. For the more than a decade and a half that I've worked with the city, I've served the city as a safety professional, helping to make decisions based on risk versus actions. I'm speaking today specifically to the recent mandate regarding mandatory vaccinations for all City of Gainesville employees. Now, I'm fully in favor of mask covering mandates, which have been clinically shown to reduce transmission in both vaccinated and unvaccinated persons without any adverse physical impact. Our employees are expected to wear a mask during their work hours unless specific distancing guidelines are met. As an employer, this portion of the mandate does not affect employees outside their working hours. We hope employees will make the decision to continue to mask up, but that's their personal decision. The commission is now mandating that fewer than 2% of this very diverse community receive a vaccination, none of which have received full FDA approval. The one ability you have to do this is by holding their careers over them. As an employer, you're requiring employees to be injected with a substance that could have a positive impact on the overall fight against the virus, but could also have a negative impact in the person's individual health. There's clinical evidence that these reactions have happened and people have been affected. No individual, neither doctor nor even the individual themselves, has the ability to ahead of time to tell if this reaction could happen. City employees have been the boots on the ground, if you will, bravely working in this community since the virus first took effect. A great number of employees are not able to perform their jobs remotely. Emergencies can't be responded to remotely, buses can't be driven remotely, and utilities can't be maintained.
We're out of time, Mr. Holowasko. I'm so sorry.
Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next speaker in the chamber. Welcome.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But, my name is Chris Seeley. I've been with GRU for 30 years. My wife's been with GRU for 7. Her sister's got 31. Retired cousin, 32. Uncle with 37. And my dad retired with 38 and a half. So, needless to say, we've been around a minute. And my family's dedicated to this organization. I'm here today to ask the commission to please give people that have a strong enough reason, no matter what that reason may be, to not get the vaccination, an alternative. To say that you get a shot or you're fired can't be their only option. Frequent testing could be one of these solutions. If you're concerned about the cost of that testing, I've talked to employees, they'll pay that cost. Just please give them some other option. I'm very concerned about the amount of people that have a strong enough reason to not get the vaccination leaving and what impact that may have on this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Kyle McManus. Mr. McManus, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Commissioners, I'll keep this short. I know that there's plenty of people that want to speak as well on the COVID vaccine mandate. I just wanted to quickly voice my opinion that I believe I stand with the majority of the community and the citizens of America when I say we support vaccines and vaccinations. However, mandated vaccinations have no place in a free society when you're forcing someone to inject something into their body that they choose perhaps to wait on and choose not to receive is, in my opinion, not welcome in a free society. I'm asking the Commission to reconsider and to overturn your decision on the mandate. I believe this decision will contribute to toxifying the workforce of the city. I believe it's going to undermine goodwill towards their employers. I believe it's going to undermine trust. I believe it's going to undermine their work ethic. I'm even more concerned when you begin to speak of the police and the firefighters. I believe that their work ethic and their trust will be undermined by this forced mandate. I've heard a lot of discussion from the commissioners based on what ifs and fears, and we're all afraid. We're all afraid of a bad outbreak, but there's no guarantee of that. And I don't believe that we should sacrifice 1 ounce of liberty towards fear. I don't think we should sacrifice any liberty towards that. And I'll end with that. I just wanted to add my voice to those who are opposed to the mandate. And I thank you for the work that you've done in the past, and I appreciate your time and letting me speak. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir.
Good, next speaker. Sure.
Robert Arnold, CWA 3170, President. Had a few discussions with all of you. Thank you for having me here. I mean, we've been through the science. I mean, Mr. Holowasko spells out the argument pretty much in line with us. I didn't realize that. But freedom is messy. That's what we are. This is a free society. And when your argument about taking that vaccine is that it's going to stop the spread, that's not accurate. So that boils the argument down to a personal responsibility, and I agree with you that I plead with everybody to go get the shot if you can. If you're comfortable with it, go get it. I have. I'll go get the booster if it'll make a point. But you have to give the personal choice to the person. This is America. The most efficient society that there is out there is a totalitarian society. Man, everything works in real time because there's no dissension. Do it or else, okay? We can't have do it or else in this country, or we're gonna get rid of what we are here. We all know the risks. Like I told you the last time, our crews were out there when there was not even a vaccine available, working in the sewers, working on equipment, working on stuff that was just downright nasty, okay? And they're out there doing that for you and your constituents. Another position that we have is that if you force this thing, the collateral damage you're going to do to the citizens of this town far outweighs what you think you're going to accomplish by doing this mandate. Why get rid of a healthy, unvaccinated spreader and replace them with a vaccinated spreader? Understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, about the children. Believe me, right in tune with you. But if it doesn't make a difference, why are we doing that? Why create another crisis out of the first crisis? Everybody here has the same motivation that society has about getting rid of this thing. I hate it. I hate COVID. I am sick and tired of it. So are all of my coworkers and my members. You probably hear that from the rest of the bargaining units. So I'm asking you to please reconsider the mandate it is not going to help. It's going to make things worse. Work with us, we will work with you. But there is plenty of room to find something in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Ms.
Hello.
Martinez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. My name's Debbie Okay. May I start speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Our free society have been mandating vaccinations for decades in schools, the military, hospitals, and many other places in government. It's a shame so many people are getting exploited on Facebook with disinformation, not misinformation, disinformation about COVID vaccination. I want to thank Commissioner David Ariola with all of his comments about the urgency of getting people vaccinated. Time is of the essence. This COVID crisis could turn into a catastrophe real quick if elected officials are not vigilant and take every measure possible to get our employees vaccinated. Registered nurses are leaving hospitals by the groves because too many people are refusing to get vaccinated when they can. I am a registered nurse. I have many family members who are registered nurses working at Shands, some working in the ICU. The doctors and RNs are burned out at Shands from taking care of unvaccinated patients. These unvaccinated people have no trouble trusting these doctors when they are flat on their backs in ICU fighting for their lives. They need to trust these doctors when they tell them the COVID vaccines are not experimental and they are safe and effective. Thank you for your kind attention.
You, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, back over to you.
Okay, next speaker in the chamber, please.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm Tristan Grunder. I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Police. I want to start off by saying thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker and Commissioner Johnson. I really, really appreciate what you guys are saying. Commissioner Johnson, you're 100% right. Everything I was going to say, she actually said and outlined it perfectly. We can get to where you want to get to. We're not going to get there with a mandate, though. 52% of my membership alone has said they will walk out the door. 2 weeks is not enough time. This is completely rushed. We need to back off this thing. We need to have those conversations. There is education out there, but it's not being provided to us. So to hear people tell that, you know, you're wrong if you believe a certain way, well, nobody's come in and taught anybody another way. We have the University of Florida here, one of the best hospitals in the world. Nobody's come over and explained to us why we should or why we shouldn't. And it's people's personal and individual choices. It's not right to take that away. There needs to be entirely more education. There needs to be more conversation. And until that point, the FOP will not accept the mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up is Mr. Quentin Pauley. Mr. Pauley, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for your time. I've been a city employee for a little over 6 years now, most of my time with GRU. I just recently started working in City Hall. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity to work for the city, and I really appreciate the rethink that has been talked about here with the commission regarding the extending the vaccination deadline for the mandate. I am opposed to the mandate, and I know several friends of mine that are employees that don't want to speak up or for fear of losing their jobs or being retaliated against. But, you know, they don't want to get the vaccine, but feel like it's the only choice that they have. And I loved what was being said about education. No one has reached out to employees about education or about the vaccines or things like that. And one thing that was mentioned earlier, which I planned to say as well, was there's a study from Johns Hopkins University showed that the vaccination rates between vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals is the same. So it's a study from Johns Hopkins University, you can look it up. If vaccinated individuals and unvaccinated individuals spread COVID at the same rate. So whether I get a vaccine or not, or whether the person working in the cubicle next to me gets a vaccine or not, does not prevent them from spreading the virus to me. And as we already know, that there have been a ton of breakthrough cases in those that are fully vaccinated. I know a close family, personal friend that just recently tested positive. Their whole family is fully vaccinated. They recently tested positive with COVID, and they're fully vaccinated, both shots. So it is a matter of choice for the individual, because a lot of things have been said about duty and responsibility to those around me. But even if I get vaccinated, I can still spread it. Even if somebody else next to me gets vaccinated, they can still spread the virus to me. So it's not really about those that are around me so much as it is my personal choice with my body. So I do appreciate the time. I do appreciate all those who are working to find a good solution. All those that are willing to talk and get together to find something that works. And I look forward to seeing what develops in the coming days and weeks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polly. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Oh.
Is it okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Steve. I've been an employee for 20 years with the City of Gainesville. I just wanted to make a couple of points that, I don't know, we're all educated people, we all make decisions, but you know as well as I do, if you tell your child they have to do something, they're probably going to do the opposite just in front of you. So sometimes using the words like mandate and, well, if you don't do it, you're fired, that's going to start a divide. Your city employees are very dedicated. I sit and worked in the middle of a hurricane by myself. My house had a tree through the roof. I evacuated my wife out, but I still went around saving other citizens that day while my own house filled up with water. I'm a dedicated employee. I love saving people. I love helping them. But when you take people's freedom away from them, their freedom of choice, that's big. I get it. I don't want anybody hurt. I don't want anybody sick. I don't want anybody to lose their life because of me. But none of y'all are my doctor, and none of y'all are my spiritual advisor. So to take those two roles and force somebody to make a decision is pretty hard. It's hard to swallow. And even if I do get vaccinated, which is my choice, one way or the other, doesn't mean my family is, doesn't mean my brother, my wife, my kids are. So I don't see how that affects the citizens of Gainesville. And if we're going to stretch our power of imposing things, I wonder if the city commission is willing to go ahead and mandate that all the citizens of Gainesville get vaccinated. It sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? But telling everybody they had to get vaccinated beginning 2 weeks ago was ludicrous to me. I would never thought that in America, in the city of Gainesville, that would be something that would be told to me. I get it, we're all scared. We've all lived through this for the last 2 years. I jokingly tell everybody that I'd much rather be reading about this in history book than living it. But I think it shows courage that we are living through it and that we are making decisions that are going to pioneer for the years to come. But being scared doesn't mean we need to shoot from the hip and make knee-jerk reactions. I think it does require conversation. It requires people to sit down and speak from their heart and speak from actual literature and education. But thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm probably going to mispronounce this name, and I do apologize. Tayari Apia? Tayari, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Tayari Apia. I'm a candidate for Florida House, District 21, representing Alachua, Gilchrist, and Dixie counties. I apologize I cannot be there today because I would love to be there in person. I'd like to say I stand in solidarity with every city employee that is against being forced to put an experimental vaccine in their body, with boosters potentially coming next month. It is disheartening that certain people on this commission are using the vehicle of fear and propagating it upon others. Everything in life comes with risk and benefit. And when it comes to this vaccine, there are potential side effects. To force this upon others or risk losing their jobs, benefits, and livelihood is heinous. We've had small businesses harmed through this pandemic the most, and the employees and our citizens, not just because of this virus, but because of the government's handling of it. This is such a stab in the back to our city. You are destroying the city. I'd like to respond to what our mayor said and correct his rhetoric. The vaccines do not prevent transmission of the virus, according to Rochelle Walensky of the CDC. That's a fact. Everybody doesn't make the same choices, and that is the reality of life and being in a republic. This is not a democracy. This is a republic. In fact, our founding father spoke directly against that premise. Thomas Jefferson said a democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49%. And this is what you seek to do here today. If the risks are small for vaccinations, we have no idea what that risk will be for the individual until he or she actually takes it. Some of you have said on this board you have taken the vaccine, have had some serious side effects, or you felt fine, but none of you, and I'm sure we can agree upon this, have had time, years, to actually experience long-term effects, a year, 2 or 3 to really experience what effects may occur. This government overreach is destroying the people you clearly don't care anything about. You use talking points that people from COVID are dying, but denying that many people who do die for COVID tend to have other comorbidities, and others have COVID and don't die, and even others are asymptomatic. The fear has to stop. Stop pushing your state religion upon the beautiful people of Gainesville.
Thank you, Tiare. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Next speaker in the chamber, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Nick Gonzalez. I'm the president of the Gainesville Firefighters, and I wanted to address you all today and respectfully ask that you reconsider your decision to implement a vaccine mandate for all city employees. Although I believe the mandate was made with the best intentions, it's brought with it many unintended consequences. For the first time in my 17-year career, your fire department's urban search and rescue team is unable to deploy to natural disasters. Members are not able to attend needed training or educational opportunities, and new recruits cannot meet minimum requirements to become certified firefighters or paramedics. All of this is not because of the pandemic itself, but because of policy. A policy that was 8 parts long, and it was passed after it was discussed for about an hour and a half. Policy that has affected mandatory subjects of collective bargaining, and it undoubtedly will draw many lawsuits and legal challenges. It was created and implemented without input from the very people that it affects. It was implemented before attempts at education or encouraging vaccination could even take place. It was implemented without knowing how many employees we actually have vaccinated already. As it turns out, 50% of my members are already fully vaccinated. We have several more that are on the way. It takes time to get vaccinated. But our current leave policies don't even encourage vaccination. They're actually a disincentive. I have a fully vaccinated member right now. He's been here 6 months. He's had to burn 96 hours of leave because he caught COVID. He has about 30 hours on the book, or had 30 hours on the book. People are having to work for him to cover him. So I'm encouraged that, some of these things are up for discussion today. but I wanted to point out a few of the shortcomings from a rush policy. My members are no different than many other people. We have questions, some are hesitant, some might even be resistant, but a heavy-handed approach that threatens termination does not help. It's the proverbial throwing of gasoline on the fire. Some have even compared the hardline stance as no different than the one the governor took with our school board. Do as I say or I'll take your livelihood. That's not going to get people on board. That's not going to sway people's minds. So in closing, this has never been about the vaccine. It's always been about the mandate. Please take a pause. Please reevaluate. I'm asking that you repeal the mandate and especially the travel ban. That is very harsh on my members. Restore the right to choose, just like every one of you had, because without doing so, you'll end up terminating some really valuable people and you'll drive away new talent. Please answer our questions, seek our input, let us help. They're reasonable alternatives. In doing so, you'll allow my members to get back out there to serve and let us what we do best, assess risk and make sound decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Monzo. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next in line, Ms. Darlene Buffalo. Ms. Buffalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you. I've listened quite a bit to all this information, and what I would like to say is, and you probably already know, there were many people that have talked about, I believe if you mask, distancing, use the hand sanitizer, that should be enough for the city. I have had people from a pest company come into my house and they wear masks, they take off their shoes, they have gloves on. That's what it's all about. It's not mandating so that you can lose your job. That is un-American as far as I'm concerned. And it sounds more like the Soviet Union instead of God bless America. You have guidelines, it's fine, but when you start mandating people or they lose their job, commissioners, that to me is outrageous and appalling in this world where we live in America, which is a republic, not a democracy. Please change this and don't vote for it. But the many people that are saying this, as you usually do, you vote the way you're going to vote and you don't listen to the people that take the time and energy to call and wait online to talk to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Buffalo. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thanks, Darlene. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak?
Hello, Kathy Benton again, City of Gainesville resident, and I'm just up here to encourage you guys to treat your city employees like the adults that they are. Ms. Martinez had it a little bit wrong about mandating vaccines. We don't mandate adults take polio vaccines. I mean, you could be very far behind on your diphtheria. I mean, it's a good idea. I'm a nurse too, actually. I mean, I encourage everybody to be fully vaccinated, but we don't mandate the city employees take other vaccines. This is just way overboard. There's a lot of controversy about this and about how effective it really is, and people have addressed that very well. Those of us who are vaccinated can still get COVID. Those of us who are vaccinated, including, most of you, probably all of you, can still give somebody else COVID. So these cloth masks don't work that great, and the little surgical masks that you buy just say right on the box that they don't work. So there's a lot of controversy about this. And even if there wasn't, this is still a free country. We don't tell adults what injections they have to take into their bodies. This is just not American. And we have a lot of really dedicated employees that keep our lights on, that EMT people who take care of us at the worst moments of our lives, and people that keep the lights on and keep the air conditioning running in these hot Gainesville summers, and that do all kinds of jobs that, are we really willing to risk having them not work for the city anymore? Haven't we been through enough the last 18 months without having things like that fall apart too, because there's not enough people to do the jobs because you're treating your adult workers like children. I hope you guys make a different decision. Thank you.
Back to you, Adam.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kimberly Pert. Ms. Pert, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to add my 2 cents. I liked what the previous caller just, or the previous speaker just touched on, is that there's no other vaccines that are really mandated for the jobs that people are doing within the city. And those vaccines that have been mandated in those times, there has been reasonable workarounds and alternatives for those people as well. And not only that, but those vaccines were also tried and true vaccines, and they were not experimental, which is exactly what this vaccine is it is experimental. It is in its experiment phases.
Experimental.
And that is why they are.
You have your chance.
Hello?
Go ahead. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Ms. Pert, please proceed.
Yes. So I was just saying that they are experimental, and it makes no difference whether or not you are mandating these vaccines or not. People are not taking this very well at all. People are still going to get COVID, as people have said before. You're going to get COVID whether you're vaccinated or not. The way that it affects you is the way that it affects you. The vaccines, in the end, are only good for the individual person, the person who receives the vaccine. If a person wants to get vaccinated against COVID, as they are an at-risk kind of person, then they should go ahead and get the vaccine. Healthy individual people should not be forced to get this vaccine. People are doing many different things to keep their health in check. They are taking supplements, they are exercising, they are doing a lot of things in order to prevent themselves from getting sick. And if they are sick, then they will not go to work or they will wear masks. There is no reason to mandate these vaccines, in my opinion, and I just hope that you all choose the right thing to do, as there are a lot of people in a lot of different areas, nurses, firefighters, policemen, pilots, who are walking out of their jobs because they're being mandated to take these vaccines, which is completely un-American, as people have said before, and is just completely unnecessary as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pert. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, next speaker in chamber. Anybody else in the chambers here? Ma'am, did you want to talk? Oh, different item. Okay. Okay, we don't have any other folks here in the chamber, Adam, so we'll check back, but you can go through your list there.
All right, right now we have 2 more, but they keep calling in. So next up is Melissa Fisher. Ms. Fisher, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am a City of Gainesville employee. A couple weeks ago, an individual on my floor, her husband was tested positive for COVID. We did not find out until a week later. We could not get tested. I called to the employee, I called the county health department and could not get a test. I'm terrified of COVID. It has affected my mental health. I had my first panic attack, and I am not a young person. I am actually considering, I loved my job. I love my boss. I don't want to leave the city, but if I don't feel safe in my office, if I don't feel safe at my job, I can't continue to work here. Excuse me, I'm very sorry. But you know what? It's been really hard 2 years. I've lost family members to COVID. I've lost family members to other illnesses, and I couldn't be there with them because I am so scared of catching COVID and dying. And I don't want to die, and I don't want to die for the city of Gainesville. And I understand people they want their freedom, but what about my freedom not to get sick? What about my freedom to try to keep my health intact? Not just my physical health, but my mental health. I am in counseling. I'm on some medication now, but this is just too much. And I don't know if anyone else feels similar to me in this way, that I was so relieved when you passed the vaccine mandate, because I thought I'm going to be okay. And if it's not, or if it keeps being delayed and delayed and delayed, I just may have to do something else, because I can't do this much longer. This is emotional. I'm not ashamed of being emotional, because this is too much. This is too much, and you've heard a lot from the other side. I just wanted you to hear something from those of us who would like to be safe at our jobs, and as it is, we're not. And I don't know if I can take it much longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Hang in there. Mr. Mayor, anybody in chambers?
No.
All righty. We have one more caller at present. Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the motion on the floor from the motion maker, but I'm hearkening back to 2 weeks ago when, Mr. Mayor, you and some of your colleagues were recklessly pushing to have an event, a super spreader event that was reckless. And I think one of your colleagues said up there, they didn't care. They wanted to have it even next year. It didn't matter. It was feckless leadership. I mean, what are we talking about? So you want to put the leadership now on the people that work for you or work there, but you didn't give a damn about the public health and putting everybody else at risk, all because you wanted to celebrate Tom Petty. Get out of here. What are you talking about? And I mean, all of us know, I mean, for some of your colleagues up there, you can equate some of you right up there that were reckless, including Mark Sexton coming up there with Governor DeSantis. It's reckless. And now you all want to take a hard, cold nose like we really care. You didn't care when it came to Tom Petty, but you want to all of a sudden have this energy now to all of a sudden care about the employees. But you were wanting to care about your own personal biases to celebrate Tom Petty with a Delta variant festival. Get out of here. Make that make sense. Lauren, help me make that make sense. How do you rationalize that? You can't. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close public comment for this particular motion. First of all, with the Petty Festival, it was made very clear in the motion that they would follow all CDC and city requirements and guidelines, including cancellation of the event if it was not safe, which is exactly what happened. Working with our city staff and recognizing that this year was not going to be an environment in which it could be conducted safely. I also need to very clearly state that this vaccine is not experimental. It has been, please no interruptions. You've had your chance to speak, Mr. Scott. It has been under development for almost 20 years. It is one of the most remarkable medical achievements we've seen in that period. This is the type of headwinds that we're fighting, that people keep repeating these fallacies, and in the absence of any other information, they absorb that as fact or as true. So yes, we need to do a better job. We need to do a better job communicating factual information so people understand that there's the risks from the vaccine are far outweighed by the risks of COVID. It's not even close. we also have a long history of requiring vaccinations and immunizations. George Washington required his troops to be inoculated because he knew losing them to smallpox would leave him an ineffective force to which to fight for our independence. The Secretary of Defense is requiring the U.S. military to get vaccinated because we cannot protect our nation if our troops are wiped out by COVID. Every child that I've ever gone to school with was required to get a vaccination. The University of Florida required me to get a vaccination and show proof before I could attend there. This is not new, and it should not be controversial. But I do continue to want to support many of the requests that have been made, and I will, for a COVID leave pool, for a disability fund, for any long-term adverse effects of the vaccine, for extending the deadline, for requiring folks that you have to work next to be vaccinated as well to protect everybody's health. But the disinformation has got to stop. That will kill far more people than the vaccine, which 3 people have died of the vaccine. The J&J vaccine, because of blood clots that we now know how to treat. $4.5 million people have died from COVID. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you summed it up. You know, I know the discussion was about the policy, and I appreciate the comments who brought that up. But as you can see, people have taken this opportunity to spread complete falsehoods about vaccines. That is unbecoming of this chamber, unbecoming of this dais. And I'm going to ask that we elevate our conversation. We can disagree about policy, but let us not go around spreading falsehoods about medicine that is saving lives. And if you're a political candidate and you want to do that, shame on you.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I think you covered most of my points, but to build off it, this country has a very long history of mandating vaccines. And I understand that there are a lot of people here who have never had to suffer the trauma of immigrating and losing everything you know and love. But to come to this country, you are required to have a very broad panel of vaccines with very limited exceptions on religious reasons. Or you get to stay in whatever war-torn, devoid of food, devoid of housing, natural disaster destroyed country you are stuck in. So I understand that some people speak from a very comfortable place of privilege when they spouse falsehoods and misinformation. That said, we are not the only entities with this choice before them. There are whole states requiring that all state employees get vaccinated, that all the health workers in that state get vaccinated. There are dozens of cities who have said you must be vaccinated. We're all facing the same choice, the same difficult decision on what to do in something that we have no playbook for. So we're not doing this flippantly. We're not doing this lightly. And I think, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Ariola, your points stand. We need a more proactive as opposed to passive information campaign. As we were told, some of our departments and unions are not getting contacted directly for the information. Maybe sessions should be set up instead of having just the information available somewhere if you want to seek it out. We should probably make a more proactive effort to engage the community and our workers than to just say, well, it's up on a webpage, it's up on our staff resources. And then maybe they can have conversations with health professionals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to drag this out a whole lot longer, but I do want to thank everybody who called in. I particularly want to thank, and you came down here, I particularly want to thank Ms. Fisher. And I want to remind everyone that there are a whole lot more people like her who called in who are on the other side of this from most of the folks who came down and rallied. A lot of them have contacted me and said, there's no way I'm going to come down and talk to everybody. I'm not going to walk through a crowd of angry people to tell you this, but you need to have a mandate. I've had a lot of people reach out to me angry that the mandate, that I didn't vote for the mandate. They're not going to come talk to you about that because you've already voted up about it. So recognize that those folks exist too. And I'm telling that, and I want my charters to hear that as well. That's a real thing. And if you're shaking your head about it, come talk to me afterward. I'll be glad to share those stories with you. I will be happy to share those stories with you because those folks exist too. I want to share just a few numbers with you. For those of you who haven't looked at the county's website today, there are 452 people, not counting the VA, in hospitals in our county with COVID right now. 157 of them are in ICU. 90 have a tube jammed down their throat to be able to breathe because of COVID. 93% of everybody with COVID in Shands was not vaccinated. 89% of everybody in North Florida with COVID right now was not vaccinated. The vaccine works, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we see the motion on the screen. Yeah, what do you want me to, the third part there? Yeah, okay. So the first vote will be for parts 1 and 2. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to wait for you to get 2 there. So, okay, so we'll be voting on 1 and 2. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, that motion passes 5-2 with Duncan, Walker, and Johnson in dissent. And then this next vote will be for number 3. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you all for coming down, sharing your feelings and thoughts with us. We'll continue to work on both the education campaign and some of these other leave pool and disability and some of those issues with you as we move forward. And with that, Madam Clerk, we'll go to our next item.
Our next item is BD2, Advisory Board and Committee Annual Reports, and today we will be hearing from the Human Rights Board.
Okay, thank you to our representative from the Human Rights Board for your patience and sticking with us. We're happy that you stayed with us this afternoon and looking forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Belinda Smith, and I'm the chair of the Human Rights Board here in Gainesville, Florida. And I'm just here to give you our annual report, and please, you feel free to ask me a question when I'm done. The Human Rights Board is specifically made up of 7 board members that is appointed by the City Commission to work with the Office of Equity and Inclusion Compliance Section. The Compliance Section enforces Chapter 8 of the City Ordinance, which prohibits housing, public accommodations, employment, extensions of credit, discrimination based on protected class. Our protected class includes sexual orientation, race, color, gender, age, religion, national origin, marital status, disability, gender, identity, citizenship, status, lawful source of income, veteran status or status as a victim of domestic violence, a victim of dating violence, and a victim of stalking is prohibited. What we're doing with the board for 2019, just to bring you up to date, the Human Rights Board presided over 20 cases during the 2019-2020 calendar year. And the majority of our cases really were dealing with housing discrimination, harassment, and disability discrimination. Those were the 3 top. Some of the things that we have been working with right now on the Human Rights Board is we're continuing to ensure that the cases are heard. Because of the pandemic, things change. We know that. And because of that, we are working on getting our cases heard adjectively as well as in a timely manner. We want to also bring you to date regarding that we had 17 discrimination cases during 2021 of this year. And we want to just take this time to just thank you for your continued support by providing the necessary oversight. You also provided the resources to ensure the source of our board's mandate, and we appreciate that. We also would like you to know that we have proudly been able to gain some members during 2019 and 2020. These members have been proven themselves to be passionate, and they have been selected and been very dedicated, and have performed on behalf of the Commissioner's choice of your recommendation. And we would like to take this time to thank you, Commissioner and Mayor, for your support with the Human Rights Department. And we also would like to thank the voice and the support of the Equity and Inclusion Department and the Human Rights Board team for their support in making our citizens of Alachua County be heard effectively and equitably. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Smith. Please extend our gratitude to your board. It's been a challenging, let's call it, 2 years.
Thank
but
you so much.
You've continued with the mission. Y'all have continued to provide a great service to us and our community. And just on a side note, thanks for everything else that you do out in the community. I mean, you and
so
your
much.
organization they've kept people fed, they've kept people in their homes, they've just, you all touch so many people, and I don't think that gets recognized enough. So thank you so much for.
Well, thank you all for your part, and have a great day.
All right, I appreciate it. And thanks for your patience too. We tried to get you first, but it didn't quite work out. Okay, up next, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have BD4, request to negotiate and execute an agreement with Utegration LLC to provide professional services in support of the CIS project, with the recommendation that the commission authorize the general manager or his designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Utegration LLC to provide the professional services in support of the CIS project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blarski.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, we have Kinzon Hutchinson here today. He's our interim Chief Customer Officer, and he's going to take you through, a pivot that GRU is going through in terms of the AMI project.
Awesome. Thanks, Ed. Good afternoon, commissioners, mayor and commissioners. I'm going to have George Demopoulos, if he will, share his screen for me. And George is the project manager who's been assisting in this project. So if there's something a little technical, he'll be able to assist as well.
See it now?
No, not yet.
That's Teams.
You want to make sure you pull the PowerPoint screen and there you go.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, George. Commissioners, as we mentioned, we're here to, gain the support of you all as we move forward with trying to execute a contract with Utegration to replace our previous vendor as project lead. And so just to give you a quick history rundown on where we are with this. First of all, GRU started the customer information system, which we'll refer to as CIS project, with the vendor as a project management lead for the CIS implementation project, which they had been successful in the past for what it was we were doing as it related to the CIS project. Once the advanced metering infrastructure project was approved, we needed to make sure that we had a unified force and to make sure we had the proper vendor to make sure that both projects with the CIS and AMI project would be successful. And so we terminated the contract with the previous vendor back on May 31st. And after that, what we did was we went out and we solicited proposals from firms, and we came down to 2 firms. And the 2 firms that we had a group of people across the board to make sure that we had really good perspective on what we needed to make sure that the AMI and CIS project was successful. And so through the agenda item 2021-049 notifications of rankings, it came out that Utegration was successful as the project team that we would utilize to make sure that the project was successful. Next slide, George. And so I wanted to point out a few strengths of Utegration that I thought would be beneficial for the commission to take a look at. With both AMI and CIS, we need to make sure that we have the right vendor to make sure that things are successful with that group. And so Utegration, they definitely have a really good project management leadership skill set. In addition to that, great knowledge with the billing system that we have, and also great knowledge with AMI. And so with the experience that they have, it really helps with a unified force to make sure CIS and AMI integrates properly. Next slide, George. A couple key points here is Utegration was selected by a cross-functional team, which between all the different departments, we wanted to make sure that we honed in on what was necessary for this group. In addition to that, we're utilizing remaining funds from the previous contract that we did have, and so we have negotiated through that process. And then also assistance from Utegration will be instrumental for our AMI integration. And so last slide. And so what we're doing, and just being more transparent, is why we came to the commission with this. We're asking that the commission authorize the general manager and his designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Utegration LLC to provide the professional services in support of the CIS project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hutchison. Appreciate the overview. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, motion by Hayes-Santos, second by Ward to approve the staff recommendation. Members of the public that wish to speak to the motion.
Nathan Scupp. If we could go back to the prior slide that talked about the termination of the prior vendor. There's no fiscal impact discussion as to what was spent with the prior vendor that's now having to be repeated. So who's running the slideshow? Can we move back, please? Thank you. There's no fiscal impact there. Yet again, we have another contractual issue where the basis for termination, which doesn't seem to be an option, by the way, for your solar contract, became clear that the termination of the vendor's contract, the firm did not have sufficient experience with joint CIS-AMI implementation to meet this new key requirement. Why didn't they figure this out beforehand? Okay, this sounds like this other implementation that went on for years and years and years and wasted millions of GRU customer and city dollars. So if we can't do it inherently, then maybe we need to slow down and not rush AMI implementation, which was, for the record, and I hope Commissioner Ariel is listening, an $81 million capital investment that could have been deferred to avoid GRU rate increases, electric rate increases in FY 2022. This commission chose not to defer that project despite it having no financial return for GRU customers until well after the useful life of the meter. So that's $81 million, zero return on investment. You'd be better off taking the $81 million and paying off your $1.7 billion mountain of debt. You've been better off deferring that investment altogether to avoid GRU rate increases. But this is part of your goal to force time of use billing on GRU customers. You're going to be the only utility in the state of Florida that's going to force time of use billing on your customers. Now you've kind of said, no, that's not the case, but then you're contradicted by your own statements where you actually admitted previously that it is in fact the case. Ray Washington was trying to make that point when he had him arrested for not leaving the podium.
I didn't have him arrested.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, so my point here, Mayor, is look, if we're going to implement something, GRU customers should be, one, entitled to ask questions, two, entitled to competent contracting from our utility, and three, make sure we're getting good value. And if we're having to do what's articulated in the history here, it demonstrates that we're not thinking through the process. We're just doing it as quick as possible. That's not good contracting. It's not good program management. It's not good project management. It's wasting limited resources that GRU has. I would pull the plug on AMI and not vote for a rate increase this year. That's a better option. Thank you.
Hey, Adam, do you have anybody on the line to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time for this issue.
Okay, anybody else in chamber? Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to get some comments from the general manager to talk more about the implementation. I'm okay with approving this authorization so that you can work with another professional service company, but I've been a little bit concerned with some conversations I've been having with GRU customers about the rollout and how, you know, some customers have had their accounts transferred and they feel as though there wasn't ample notice. And look, I understand we're talking about 93,000 customers, okay? I understand that it's not going to go completely without a hitch. But I just want to make sure, you know, this gives me a moment of pause to think, okay, it seems as though we are rethinking how to implement this. We are rethinking how to bring this forward. I just want to make sure this is the last time we do that, because I don't want to go through this again, and I don't want there to be, you know, more hiccups. I mean, and I'm willing to see this through to the end. I just want it to be done really, really well, and so it gives me a little bit of concern that, you know, now the general manager and the utility want to go in a different direction for which company is going to help implement this. Because for me, that solidifies that those complaints were legitimate, and that the rollout was not as good as it could have been. So I just want to make sure that, you know, that's our mulligan. We're going to get it right from here on out. Okay.
Yes, can I address that?
Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, and they're fair and legitimate questions, and I appreciate the governing body asking those questions. But I would like to address the fact that this is not a mulligan. We had two contractual or procurement processes. One was for CIS, one was for AMI, and typically that occurs. We found benefits to combining the process. Your staff at GRU found you money, and we combined that. Rather than use an implementer on AMI and CIS that were experts at each one of them, we found a way to bring in somebody that could fulfill both of them at the same time in a way, I said, would save money and allowed us to pivot. I commend the folks at GRU for actually doing that. In the past, we went down paths and we've been afraid to change where we go. We don't want to go back to the city commission, and I won't say we, I'll say previous administrations at GRU have been afraid to say, oh no, we can't go back and we won't change. I think this is an example of superior leadership as opposed to faulty leadership. And folks like Kinzon Hutchinson and George Demopoulos and Chad Parker are leading the effort. They're the young bucks within the organization that are providing that leadership and are unafraid and are approaching this, I believe, in the right way. So the other thing I would mention here is, you know, we keep hearing this drumbeat of the fact that this has no rate of return. What's failed to be understood is that these meters would all have to be replaced for about the same price over this period of time. And the rate of return that the former PSC commissioner talks about is always viewed in terms of rates, not in the cost benefit of the project itself. You know, if that were the case, we never improve any of our power plants. We wouldn't have done what we did at Kelly. We wouldn't have done what we did at DH2. It's a bogus argument. And we hear it every time at these meetings, is that there's something going on at GRU that's underhanded, undermined, and it's not the case. This is an excellently managed project with this experienced project team. And I hope that the commission recognizes that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Thank you,
could-
Mr. Bielarski. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I completely agree, and I've been supportive from the very beginning. I guess more to my point is just be a little, what I'm hearing, just a little bit more emphasis on how this is the customer-facing side of things, because we're so, at least from my perspective as a city commissioner, we're focusing a lot more on the internal, and that's where I'm focusing a lot of my attention, which is how is this going internally and how is it being rolled out into the organization. But now I'm hearing that, you know, there's the customer-facing side of things, which needs, you know, to be amazing. So thank you. Anyway, I appreciate everybody's work.
They're excellent questions, Commissioner. I really do appreciate it because it allows us to explain to the community the things that we're doing. And I think some of the things you may have heard in regard to some of these other customer interfacing projects were really indicative of the old system that we're trying to move away from. So you're not wrong. There are things going on that we're trying to move away from with a new system. So I wasn't trying to say that.
Okay, thank you. And you sent out an email earlier today, I think highlighting a bit of the urgency with getting this fully implemented. I mean, we're stressed to get the reads done and the time frame we have them with the labor force that we have. And so, I think that highlights the importance of continuing to move forward with this with all deliberate speed. So with that, all in favor?
Mr. Mayor, before you vote, that delay that we were having with some of the transmitting of the video feed, we have one commenter who called in late. Can you take it?
Sure, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Armando Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to correct the record. I don't know why one person made up a person that was talking about getting arrested. Mr. Washington had wanted to get arrested, but I did have a question on to the general manager about what was the need to make a change and having this new vendor versus the previous vendor. I wasn't quite understanding that, so I don't know if Mr. Bielarski could enlighten us on that. As far as the AMI, I got some of the discussion on that, but I don't want to conflate somebody not wanting to wear a mask with talking about rate issues. Mr. Washington wasn't fighting about rate issues. He was fighting about why he didn't want to wear a mask and obliging you. He begged to be arrested, so
Okay,
let the facts stand for that.
Mr. Gomez, let's just stick to the item in the motion, if you will.
Sir?
Okay, so we can. I think Mr. Bielarski did answer that question, but we can try to answer it again in a more succinct manner. Why the value and recommendation for this change in vendors?
Would you like me to say it again?
Yeah, just maybe more succinctly.
Yeah, sure. When these projects were first procured, there was a need for the customer information system to replace the older system that had a specific path. We also procured advanced metering infrastructure project at a different time. So they had specific procurement methodologies and specific ways that they would be implemented. As we got into the basic elements of the implementation, the pre-planning, we realized that some of the original ways of seeing things separately would have a higher cost than if we did it from a combined basis and use the talents of folks that have done both implementations at the same time. So we pivoted. We didn't go down that same path that we had done in the past, just full speed ahead. We questioned ourselves, as we're apt to do. Are we doing the right thing? Is there a better way to do this? Do we need a different approach? We shouldn't be scared to question ourselves. That's the whole point of serving the public in this regard. So we were able to do this, find another entity that could help us, and we're continually looking for ways in which we can make this a more effective project. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walensky. Okay, so back to the commission. Motion on the floor to approve the recommendation. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. If Mr. Warren is out there, I know I saw you earlier. I think it's probably unlikely that we're going to hear the Lot 10 discussion this afternoon. Probably need to do that this evening. Yeah, so. Oh, yeah, Mr. Warren. Well, we just have a lot of other stuff, you know, that the equity director discussion. So I would just rather have enough time to have a full discussion. I think that's a bigger item that's going to require more discussion.
My preference would be to just move it and talk about it now, since they've been waiting. I mean, there's nobody else that's from that outside that's been waiting, right? Are you?
I don't know.
You're here? So
Part of
they're
like
like
7 BDA and BDA.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6
Mr. Feldman?
people.
Talking with Mr. Warren, no issue on moving it to this evening, but if there could be a way to get a time certain so you can accommodate another matter.
Yeah, our evening's very light. That's one reason I'm suggesting this. And so let me just go to. Yeah, we can make it the first item in the evening, which would be roughly 5:30. Yeah. Sure. And we'll have Mr. Feldman text you. When I recess, I'll say what time we reconvene, and he can text you and confirm that, so you know for sure. Okay, thanks. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD5, Patel Voluntary Annexation Petitions for 3.88 acres of property on Southwest 13th Street, with the recommendation that the commission receive the petitions for annexation and make findings that it contains the signature of the property owners or authorized agents, and authorize the mayor to provide notice to the Board of County Commissioners, direct the city manager to analyze the area, and authorize the city attorney to prepare and the city clerk to advertise ordinances relating to the annexation of the area if appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Feldman?
As Ms. Gainey said, this is an annexation item. We have a presentation ready if the commission would like to see it. Normally these are on consent, but with our recent discussions on annexation, I wanted to bring it to the board's, to the commission's full attention.
Sure, thank you. Is there a desire to see the presentation? I'm not seeing any, so we'll go to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Motion by Santos, second by Ward, to approve the recommendation. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Adam, do you have anybody?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is BD6, Director of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, interim appointment, with the recommendation that the commission discuss and select an individual as the interim director of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and take action as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I'd first like to thank all of the individuals who put their name forward, thank them for their willingness to serve. And I know I, for one, had some excellent conversations with all four of the folks, and you know, I'm looking forward to making a decision today, so we have a little certainty while we go out and do our search for a permanent replacement for this position. So with that, Mr. Marvell, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, Steve Arbell, Interim HR Director. I really wasn't sure how you wanted to structure this, Mr. Mayor. I have ballots if you'd like to go about it that way, or just open it up for discussion to see if you coalesce around a candidate. So it's really the pleasure of the commission. We can do it either way.
Yeah, let's see what the commission wants to do. And I, certainly welcome any comments from my colleagues if they felt a certain candidate, sort of stood out to them. And then if we seem sort of close, then we'll ballot just to make sure. So we'll start with Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are going to talk about it first?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I first want to thank all of the candidates. It really was a pleasure talking with all of you. I've had very productive conversations during the interviews. I also want to thank Sylvia Warren for being the acting director. Looking at the kind of where the office is, the office has changed over the past couple of years quite a bit as equity has become equity policy has become a leading part of the office. And because of that move towards more policy, I think we should try to get someone who has experience in policy. And that's when I believe that Zariah Folston should be our interim director. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank all of the applicants. It was great conversations. It seems we have a lot of people who are really passionate about this work. I'm a firm believer in policy direction being sort of at the forefront, but I'm also a firm believer in team continuity. And in my conversations, I really felt like we had, in my view, two extremely strong candidates in Mr. Folston and in Ms. Warren. And it was very difficult for me to decide which of them I'd like, because I think they both do a fantastic job as a charter officer. But I think at this juncture, the way that I feel about this office, the work that we've given this office, the new staffing that we've brought into the office, Ms. Warren has been the first. She was the sort of second in command, so to speak, and now she's been in charge, and I think she's done a great job. I think she has a great handle on the direction that equity policy should go, and I don't think this is not a comment that I think bodes negatively towards any other candidate, but she's the only candidate who has already been in charge of those employees. And with the recent change in leadership that we had not too long ago, I don't want us to I would rather them stay together as a team at this juncture for the interim period. That's how I feel. And so I'd like for us to hire Ms. Sylvia Warren as the interim director.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I also want to thank everyone who applied and everyone who helped manage the process. It was a very different kind of process, and it took a very different kind of management. We say this a lot. It continues to be true, particularly for this pool of candidates. I'm very comfortable working with any of the four candidates. I'm not going to walk out of the room thinking, we should have done this differently. At least I don't think I am. My hope for this position is that in the not too distant future, we can take the interim off of it. I would rather hire the director now. And I know there are lots of reasons on either side of it, but the reason that I hope that, and we're not making that decision today, but the reason that I hope that the person we hire today keeps the job is that we have had so much turnover in this position since I've been on the commission that stability is essential. And I had that conversation with with each one of the four candidates. and they were all comfortable with that position. Again, I am confident that any of these 4 people can do the job very well and work with the existing department. One candidate has worked on policy for every aspect of our city, and that's Mr. Folston. I think having worked with the other charters in that research and policy capacity gives him a leg up. Now, the downside of that is he doesn't have the designations that the other candidates have, and that is a consideration. I'm comfortable again with any of them, but if I need to put somebody first on the list, as I do, it's Mr. Folston. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other commissioners want to share their thoughts? Commissioner Duckenbacher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was, wow. First of all, I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who took the opportunity to cast their hat and take a shot at this. I certainly want to say thank you to Sylvia. I made it known on my very first day here, the level of support that I have had for Sylvia, and I've tried to show her that I stood in support of her the entire time that she's been doing the work, and I think she's done a remarkable job. This was such an interesting and exciting process because everyone that I had the chance to talk to brought something different to the table, and even though a few of the candidates had come actually out of that office, everybody brought something different. I was just looking back over some of the notes that I took as I spoke with each and every one of them, and I got excited all over again when I looked at just the differences in the diversity of thought. That was personally exciting to me, and I feel confident that just about anybody, actually anybody, any of the 4 candidates could actually run that office very well. Knowing where we are in terms of what's happening with GARE, knowing what our needs are, knowing what our commitment to equity is, knowing the need to understand how to lasso and push forward policy, I too am desirous of a candidate that's going to be able to do that well. That's important. And so in my conversations, listen, I did not make this decision very easily. As a matter of fact, I didn't make this decision until today. Slept, prayed, tossed, turned. Because in a lot of ways, this is a toss-up. What I want to see in that office is strength, rebuilding, recalibration. I'd love to see a level of trust restored. There's been some things that have been broken. I think we have to be very honest amongst ourselves about where we are. With all that being said, and without going too much further, I believe that how that team gets built out is very important. Who goes into that space, who's going to be able to push the vision forward, who's going to be able to restore trust, who's going to be able to push forward new ideas, fresh, innovative thinking and policy. I think that that person, very, very close, very, very thin margin, is going to be Zariah Folston. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else want to share any thoughts? Okay. We could, does the commission desire to do a ballot? I completely leave it up to y'all. I'm not seeing anybody wants to ballot. Okay, okay, let's do a ballot, Mr. Orville. And I, while this is coming out, I too, I mean, I really just, enjoyed having those conversations. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vorville. Having the conversations, whenever I get to have like a good, 30 to 60 minute conversation with any of our community builders, it's just, I leave so enriched and excited. So just that opportunity to talk with these 4 individuals and get there. I mean, I learned things, not just about the office itself, but our community at large from the conversations. And so I just really do want to reiterate and thank all for what you do, what you have already contributed. Certainly Ms. Warren for your leadership, over the last several months. Just exemplary, absolutely exemplary. And, I concur with my colleagues that have spoken. We're not going to make a bad decision. we're just simply not going to make a bad decision. Yeah, I'm excited to get this appointment made so we can start our full search and get the position filled permanently. So with that, if you would, Commissioner Ariola, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just want to state the obvious. I can see, so are we gonna also, well, you know what, I'll wait till then.
Yeah.
Don't count the chickens for the egg.
So let's give them back to Mr. Varvel. These are public records, so they will need to get to the clerk. I think our names are on these, correct?
It sounds like take is fine. Is that fine?
If there's a majority, you can just let us know that.
If there's a majority of 1, is that
Oh, I just voted for 1, yeah.
okay.
I gave you Commissioner Johnson's already. It's public record. Yeah.
It's appreciated. This is one of my accounting backgrounds.
Before Mr. Varvel?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
Yeah, really quickly, I do want to thank everybody for going through the process that was suggested so that we all had a chance to interview, talk to. I think that we ultimately, with all the information that we got, with the interviews, with finding a little bit more about what the office does, I think that ultimately we will end up with the best decision. So I appreciate us taking the time to go through this process.
Right on, and thank you. Mr. Varvel, do you have?
Yes, you all made it very easy. You have a 6-1 from Mr. Folsom.
Okay, so is there a motion?
As the number 1 candidate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we appoint Zariah Folsom as the interim director.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Sacco, to appoint Zariah Folsom as the interim director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Anybody, Adam, calling in?
No, sir, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, Mr. Varvel?
So, as an interim appointment, we always make sure that the candidate moves at least to the minimum of the pay range. If there's something other than that the commission would want to do, if you'll let us know, or I'll make whatever you all want happen to happen. But we do need to make sure Mr. Folsom's compensated commensurate with the responsibilities that he's been given.
Right on, thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I'm really thankful that you brought that up, Steve. It's going to be an important part that might have come back to us later, so I'm glad we're discussing it. So what you said is that when you begin negotiating, is that you start negotiating from the minimum of the pay range?
So we have kind of policies associated with compensation, in on an acting or an interim, it ensures 5% or at least 5%, but not less than the minimum of the pay range that they're moving to. It is consistent with how we handle Ms. Warren's acting appointment. So I've seen it both ways, where an interim is negotiated with the commission, and I've also seen it where it's just been moved to where the commission feels it's equitable.
Okay, so you're telling us we have two choices. We can tell you right now to do the minimum plus 5%, or can you explain?
So not less than 5% or the minimum of the pay range, whichever is greater. So an acting appointment never gets paid less than the minimum of the pay range associated with that job classification.
Okay, thank you. So my preference is that this is negotiated between Mr. Folston and the commission, the mayor, however that works out. I think that there are there's experience levels, there are many things to take into consideration, so I think that this should be negotiated. That's my preference.
Yeah, thanks. And traditionally, it's the mayor sits down with the charter officer to negotiate, but I would certainly. I would need to hear from you if there's things you want to make sure that I consider, or things that you want to make sure are not offered. I don't want to come back with an agreement that y'all are not going to approve because there's something you wanted me to consider it. So if there's brackets you want me to work within besides what we normally would do, just let me know that. Mr. Barbell?
Effective date would also be.
Oh, effective date.
If you're going to
yeah,
do a contract, it might be effective when you bring it when the contract's brought back, or you can. We need an effective date of the appointment. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would expect it to be on our next regular city commission agenda, since Mr. Folston works here and is available. So yeah, we can make that hopefully as soon as possible. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't believe we should negotiate the interim agreement. We have like a standard policy across the city for when interns get put into place, because it's a normal thing that happens across the city, and I think we should stay with that. When we negotiate, whoever we select is when they move from interim or whatever, when we appoint the regular or whatever the current or the permanent position, I think that's when we should negotiate. I don't know. We have standard policies where we do things for interim candidates. I think we should stay with that within the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So we've had two views on this. I would prefer that it be included in the motion as to whether this will be negotiated by me or just handled by Mr. Varvel. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I could ask Mr. Varvel, what the last, say, 3 interims that we've appointed as charter officers, can you tell us what the process was on those? Not in this job necessarily, but just the last 3 interim charters we've had.
With Ms. Warren, she was moved to the minimum of pay range of the position that she was acting in. I think it's a nuanced term, acting versus interim. Ms. Bowie, as I recall, negotiated with the commission when she was appointed interim city manager. So it's really been both. I think the candidate has something to do with it. They should have some input as to how they would like to go about this process. It seems reasonable. And going back as far as, and I go back a long way. So when Mr. Kurtz left, Ms. Johnson negotiated something. It wasn't about salary. It was about a different benefit that was important to her. So it's gone both ways, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I doubt that Commissioner Hayes Santos will add the piece about negotiating to the motion, so after we dispose of this, I will make another motion. Thanks.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Okay.
I mean, 4 people who want it, I'll add it.
Okay.
So, if 4 people want to speak up, then I'll add it.
I'm happy to do whatever the commission wants. As you know, we've done it both ways. I think if I have an opinion, I mean, I think it's gives us a little bit more opportunity for Mr. Folston to sit down and talk about what his expectations. I would like an opportunity to look at his sort of full experience and qualifications. You know, I was interviewing him from a very specific point of view. But then when we look at compensation, you know, those are things that I wasn't really considering as much. So this would give me time to work with HR to get all those things identified, and then, you know, hopefully just bring back something to the commission that's fair and equitable for him. So if you don't mind adding it, I think there's 4, yes.
There's more than I'll add it, yeah.
Okay. Seconder, okay, adding that? Negotiate with me? Okay. All right, then, did I ask for public comment already? I think I did. Yeah, okay, so all in favor of the motion to appoint Mr. Folston and to authorize me to negotiate terms of contract with him, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Folston. Thank you to the other 3 candidates. Really appreciate your willingness to serve. And glad to know you're still going to be doing that important work, Ms. Warren, and OEI. Yeah, no, we need. We'll have a discussion with Ms. Gainey about that position. Okay, next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD 8, proposed 2022 water and wastewater connection charges and other fees related to new development, with a recommendation that the commission approve the proposed fiscal year 2022 water and wastewater connection charges and other fees related to, and authorize the city attorney to include these fees in the update to Appendix A of the city's Code of Ordinances.
All right, if it's water, wastewater, we're going to have our all-star team, Mr. Cunningham. Glad you're with us.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tony Cunningham. I'm the Water Wastewater Officer for GRU, and here with me is Rick Hutton, who is our Strategic Planning Director for Water Wastewater as well. So we are essentially proposing a practice that we've had in place for about the last 10 years, and that practice is to increase our fees and charges, and our fees and charges are really associated with new development. So it's connection charges, tapping fees, inspection fees, plan review fees, and a few other fees that are associated with new connections in our system. We are proposing increasing those per the construction cost index. And that construction cost index is related to costs in the construction industry, which is what development fees are associated with. The difference this year than most years is that most years that increase is similar to CPI, Consumer Price Index, which is about 2 to 3%. This year it's actually 5.91%, so significantly higher than typical years. But those are costs that we are actually seeing on our side as we're bidding out projects and we're looking at things. Things are increasing costs in the construction industry, and so. Being that it's consistent with the practice we've done for the last 10 years, and we're seeing things that are very similar to that, we went ahead and stayed with the recommendation and the methodology and practice that we've had in place. And so that is what we're proposing, and what would happen is, if you all approved, this would be part of the ordinance readings in September that are along with all the other changes to Appendix A in all rates and charges for the utility.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Motion by Santos, second by Commissioner Ariola to approve the recommendation. Commissioner Sacco.
Hi, Mr. Cunningham.
Hello.
I like your mask.
Thanks.
Question. I'm not good with percentages. What does that look like in dollar amounts?
Yeah, so
usually
there's a lot of different fees, but to give you an example, for connection charges, the overall connection charge for water would change from, so let's say overall for wastewater would change from $3,528 per ERU or connection to $3,736. So a couple $100 increase in wastewater, And water is about, similar, a little bit less than $200 increase in water, so $150 increase in water.
And that cost would be shared by multiple units or.
So what that is these are charges that we have. Connection charges are when you connect to the water system. As new development, the direction is that they pay their own way. So existing customers are not paying for anything associated with a new customer connecting. The new customer is bearing that cost. Part of that cost is connection charges, which is paying essentially for a portion of the wastewater plant, wastewater treatment plant, the water distribution system, and the wastewater collection system. So, so let me put it this way. So we build a big wastewater treatment plant today. It's going to serve future customers. As those customers connect, they're paying a portion of that treatment plant. And so over time, eventually you pay for that treatment plant, and then you're building more capacity or more things in your system. And so that payment that a new connection pays, a person that's newly connecting pays, is paying for a portion of the treatment plants and a portion of the distribution and collection system that's helping to serve them and provide them water and wastewater service.
So if I understood that right, this applies to new development.
Correct.
Okay.
It's
New
all
construction, new
connections.
build, it won't necessarily impact any of our neighbors who are currently connected.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to get that out there and in simple terms for the public.
Yes,
Thank you,
so
sir.
it is new connections only. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to members of the public. What's this? Adam, do you have anybody calling in? We're waiting for the air to get cleaned here.
No one here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ms. Molden.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So appreciate Mr. Cunningham's presentation. With respect to what he stated was, these are connection fees for new connections, whether they be residential or business, pay as you go. Certainly that's a good regulatory practice. I have no concern there. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I stand corrected if I'm wrong, because occasionally I am wrong. Very seldom. But the connection charges, in part, some of those go to GRU's Connect Free program. Is that correct, through the chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Cunningham. Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so outside the city limits, there's a surcharge on connection charges. That surcharge on connection charges for connections outside the city limit funds the Connect Free program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. So the point I was trying to make there, that's pay as it goes, and it's a surcharge, and it goes into Connect Free. So those monies that are collected through the pay as you go, through the interconnection capping charges, the purpose of those funds is to encourage, actually twofold, for those outside of the district that don't go to Connect Free, it's to help pay for impact associated with those new connections. For the Connect Free, it's supposed to facilitate allowing customers on septic or otherwise economic disadvantaged customers to connect to GRU's system, which has a benefit of avoiding septic tank issues, providing better water quality than the well, as well as providing revenue, incremental revenue to GRU. So that's good in itself. What's not necessarily good in itself is when these funds that GRU collects for these public purposes, up to and including the Connect Free program, are then, I don't want to say misappropriated because that's the wrong word, but taken from GRU funds, which are for GRU purposes, and then magically moved over to city government type projects, namely affordable housing and loans. So yeah, there's some incremental benefit there, but it's not a good practice because you're commingling money that is otherwise earmarked for utility purposes over to general government functions, and I think that's the point that I was trying to distinguish. I think I got that accurate reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, I'll check back with you.
Sir, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, anybody else in chamber? Okay, move back to the commission. Motion to approve the recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is BD9, staff ranking request for proposal for special magistrate contract services with a recommendation that the commission approve staff's recommended ranking, authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate a contract and any related documents with Braswell Law Incorporated, subject to approval from the city attorney as to form and legality, and to provide direction to staff regarding additional considerations discussed by the evaluation committee.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Feldman.
So Mayor, Commissioners, as you know, you appoint a special magistrate, which we do through a solicitation process. We've done that, and you have a recommendation to retain or continue the retention of Mr. Braswell for this purpose. But there's also an additional consideration that we would like to have a brief discussion with you this afternoon about. There are additional roles for special magistrates. So under our code, you also have the ability to appoint an alternate special magistrate. So if there's ever a time period or instance where there's a conflict of interest, you would have an alternate that could step in the place of Mr. Braswell. We would like to seek approval to go out for an RFP to get that alternate on there. The second one, and this is probably may need some further discussion down the road, is right now when we have appeals on matters before emanating from the Department of Sustainable Development, those go to a hearing officer. And as you know, from the recent ones that we've had, they go to an administrative judge in Leon County doing the administrative hearing process. We believe our code allows us also to have the option of having a magistrate locally appointed to do those types of hearings as well. If that's something that the commission would like to consider, we think that would provide more accessibility to our neighbors who wish to participate in those types of processes, to observe them, as well as be more local in terms of accessibility and cost for staff. Mr. Persons, I believe, is on the call and could talk further about that too if you have any desire to go into that direction.
Okay, thank you. We got some lights here, so let's see what the commissioners have to say, and then we'll circle back with you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely supportive of the alternate. Also, if they go on vacation, something like that, then we can still continue to have hearings. For moving from an administrative law judge, and my understanding is they do those all the time. Is that correct, or how does that work in terms of they do these for the rest of the state too? Are there other communities that use magistrates for doing appeal process, or?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I am also on the line. I can answer or echo what the manager says.
You can answer. I'll echo.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. It's a mix, I'd say. A lot of jurisdictions, like the city of Gainesville, have a contract with the Florida Division of Administrative Hearings, which provides administrative law judges to hear a variety of appeals. Some jurisdictions have dedicated appeal hearing officers. Some have appeals go to different boards or to the elected body themselves. We've historically had sort of a hodgepodge here in the city. But I would say from our perspective, I think one of the reasons that we wanted to bring this forward was because there is a fairly significant cost to administering a hearing for an appeal, particularly when it involves DOA, or the Department of Administrative Hearings. And I think for the reasons that the manager mentioned, both cost as well as accessibility, we wanted to bring this option before you as well. I did, if it's okay, I'd like to also mention there is a third sort of consideration in the in this section I also wanted to raise. The city's land development code, or the code of ordinances, provides for a hearing officer both to hear appeals as well as to conduct just any sort of quasi-judicial hearing. So the commission has talked about having a variety of development review applications go to a public hearing. That is another option that is sort of on the plate potentially if there was interest in having those hearings be heard by a hearing officer as opposed to to a citizen board, for instance. So that is sort of a third sort of nuance we wanted to raise as well.
And would the thought be that, thank you for the answer, would the thought be that this would be a new RFP and we would just have a magistrate just for appeals? So there would be the normal magistrate for the code enforcement, the alternate magistrate, and then an appellate magistrate?
Yes.
Right. They are separately called out in the city's code, both the special magistrate as well as the hearing officer. They have similar sort of qualifications, but they would have to go through a separate solicitation.
Okay. Yeah, I would support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm intrigued by that process. I would much prefer that if our neighbors have need to file an appeal, that happens here in Gainesville through a more comfortable process, I would hope, for everyone than sending everybody to Tallahassee and sending staff to Tallahassee to have to be a part of it. Clearly, there's cost savings to be had, I would think, but more importantly, there's a local aspect to it that I think is beneficial to us as a community. So I would definitely be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I too. I think it's a way to help our neighbors just give more accessibility. And I'm also intrigued by the sort of objective nature of a magistrate for development approval, whether it meets our code or not. Yeah, I'm supportive of moving forward with that. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move that we accept staff recommendation, that we also allow them to put out an RFP for an alternate special magistrate, and that they also explore having an appellate magistrate as well, or appellate magistrate.
Okay, motion by Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to approve the recommendation with a couple additional elements. Turn it over to members of the public.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the motion, I'm supportive of the RFP for the alternate. I think that's appropriate to have a backup. With respect to the other part of the motion about replacing the administrative law judge and some of the discussion thereof, I think one of the questions that didn't come out of that motion, whether it's a possibility of having the DOA administrative law judge come to Gainesville for those type of hearings, which again, DOA does this every day. I think sometimes the quality of decision is much better given their familiarity with Chapter 120 Administrative Procedures Act process, particularly if it gets into appellate from that point going forward. And so there could be some collateral cost savings associated with doing it right the first time versus going through the magistrate and then only into the court process. So that is a consideration. Public Service Commission had the ability to send things to DOA, but because of our subject matter expertise in-house under the Chapter 120 of the APA, we kept it in-house for all of our decisions with a very rare exception. So I think to the extent it's possible, and it may not be, I mean, I actually don't know the answer to that question, but I have known of hearings to be at different locations. So if for instance, if a judge, administrative law judge was assigned to this particular case and it was worked out between DOA and the city, and perhaps they could come here and mitigate those costs and still get perhaps a better quality of decision. But Commissioner Hayes Santa is giving credit where credit was due. Your question in relation to that, in terms of administrative law judges do this all the time? That was a good question, and yes, they do. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, do you have anybody?
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we've got a motion on the floor. Move back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. All right, up next, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have commission comment.
Anything at this time, commissioners? Okay, we do. Yeah.
I'd rather do it now then. We don't know how late we'll be.
Go ahead.
So the county is going to enforce their 7-day mask requirement, and I'd just like for us to give direction from this dais that we will be joining them in enforcing that mask requirement. We don't have to do anything different because it's countywide, they've implemented. So I just want us to give that affirmative direction to our charter offices to join that enforcement of that mask mandate. I'd like to make that a motion.
Second. Motion is second to enforce the mask mandate inside the city limits. Members of the public? Adam?
No, sir, there's nobody here right now.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Anything else at this time? Okay, I would like to thank Lieutenant Durst and Officer Williams for being with us this afternoon. It's greatly appreciated, as well as the always amazing Ms. Malden for keeping us so fresh and so clean. We will be in recess until 5:30. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We're going to call the meeting back to order. Glad that you're all with us. We'll get right to it. First, we'd like to start out by inviting you to join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you please stand if you're willing and able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, Madam Clerk, no proclamations or special recognitions today, so I think we're on to early public comment. So if you want to comment on any items on tonight's agenda and not stick around for when they actually get called up, you may do so at this time. Is anybody here for early public comment on this evening's items? Okay, Adam, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. There is nobody here right now.
Okay, so then, Madam Clerk, we'll get on with our business.
We'll go back to page 18 for BD7. City parking lot number 10, AMJ term sheet, with the recommendation that the commission hear a presentation on the term sheet and direct staff as deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to the folks that waited. I think you saw that it probably wasn't going to happen, but we're glad to get you up first. Hopefully, not too much of an inconvenience. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Bredfeld. Welcome.
Mayor, good evening, members of the commission. My name is Eric Bredfeld. I do economic development and real estate work for the city, and here to talk to you about Lot 10. I wanted to cover just briefly two major areas of this item. The first, I want to talk a little bit about process, and then I also want to talk a little bit about substance. So on the process side, I want to remind the commission that, and I'm basically referring to my write-up in the agenda. So, the city went out for an offering memorandum on this property that the city commission endorsed in January. In May 6th to be exact, we brought back a recommendation to the city commission and some information on the proposals that were received. And during that meeting in May, the city commission directed us, the staff basically, to negotiate with AMJ Group and to bring a term sheet back to the city commission in August. So that's why we're here today. In your backup is that term sheet and a couple of other documents for your review, which have some of the terms. I want to tell the commission that we did have 2 meetings with the AMJ Group. They were either attended here at City Hall up in 408 or virtually. And we met with the AMJ Group, Mr. Warren and Mr. Lyons, but then also had various city staff involved in those meetings, particularly staff from housing, mobility, and then city management, because there are those components that are important to this term sheet. So we had an initial meeting after May 6th that occurred in June. Just talked about sort of a draft term sheet and what that might look like. And then we got a more refined term sheet in July, went through that and had a discussion about the terms. And then also, and then we received the final term sheet that you have in your backup tonight. Okay, so that was basically the process. In terms of the substance of the term sheet, I'm just going to call out the bullets that are actually in the agenda item. So as a reminder, the offered purchase price for the property is $2,045,000. Want the commission to remember that of the $2 million, there's requested use of funds from the sale. And the requested use of funds from the sale are $1 million towards the affordable housing component and $350,000 towards what I would call site public right-of-way street improvements. So I think it's important for the commission to remember that of the sale, basically the net on that is going to be about $700,000. Okay. the affordable housing subsidies, and I'm going to allow AMJ Group, because they did a very heavy dive into some of the particulars that the commission asked about, and I'm going to let them do provide the analysis to you, which you have in your backup, by the way, so that you can dive into that. And I think we have housing and community development staff on the line as well. But it appears that the housing subsidies are reserved basically for persons that are either very low and low income, and I think AMJ Group will probably discuss that with you a little bit. There's a provision in the term sheet that talks about the provision.
Line muted.
The provision of parking as part of the actual development, which is going to be about 90 spaces on the Lot 10 site, but then they're going to need additional parking, and they would like to secure those through the city's parking garage. We have discussed with them the fact that there are a number of entitlements on the existing parking garage, and that we would probably want them to avail themselves of those opportunities without us really being involved in that. So they'll have to work on those entitlements and those parking spaces on their own. I did want to mention that there is a provision in the term sheet that seeks the utilization of one of the retail spaces in the parking garage, which, if some of you know, is the old Whiskey House space, is what it's referred to. And they actually have terms for a potential lease in that property. I do want to say, and I want the commission to know now, because we had a discussion about what the appropriate use of that space should be. We are also concurrently during this time working with an existing downtown business who is also interested in that space, to the point where we have a signed letter of intent on that space, and that's the retail store that's located in the Siegel building right now called How Bazaar. Okay, so we're working concurrently on that. We were intending to bring a lease on that space to the commission at the next commission meeting. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that, so that whatever decision the commission makes on the terms and the direction you give us, we all know the state of play, okay? The use of the site is 7 to 10 stories, multi-use, inclusive of grocery store, on-site parking, office, and then the units are listed as residential condominium. And I think again, AMJ Group will describe what those are about. I believe it's originally, when we were first talking about this in May, it was about 72 units. I think now we're up at about 104. So they can further touch on that. Finally, in terms of the project time frame, the construction is to begin 12 months after the closing, and the closing would occur 90 days after the city presumably would approve a contract. So there'll be some time for some due diligence there, et cetera. But, and then what we will also have, there's been proposed a clawback provision in the contract that basically would say that in the event a building permit wasn't issued within 24 months after closing, then it could, the city could take the property back. And I think with that, I'm going to end my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think it's probably important for you to hear from AMJ Group as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bredfeld. Does a representative from AMJ want to come up? Actually, if you'll just wait 1 sec, we'll clean the area for you. Thank you, Ms. Mulder. Mr. Warren, welcome.
Thank you. I'll just wait for this to dry a second. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Mr. Warren, if you just pull that mic a little closer to you.
Fine.
There we go.
Okay, yes,
Thanks.
yeah.
Perfect.
I'm Mike Warren, president of AMJ. I was going to say good afternoon, but now let me say good evening. Just amazing how the weather can change in an hour. It's really storming out there. I want to thank you first for the opportunity to be here today and for your confidence in us so far. And we started planning for Lot 10 at the start of this year, approximately 8 months ago. There's been a lot of work done so far to date. And here tonight with us are several of the team members who have worked quickly and creatively during the past months. Anthony Lyons of the AMJ Group, Donald Gray of the Fitzgerald Collaborative, Sergio Reyes of EDA, Greg Scott of Southeast Centers is joining us via Zoom, and Mike Beard, who was here during the afternoon, had a commitment and he was unable to make it for this evening. And exactly 15 weeks ago, we were here presenting AMJ's original version, or vision rather, of another transformative downtown contract project. The plan we proposed included a grocery store, a parking deck, 72 office condominiums on top of office space. And of those 72 condominiums, we said at least 15% or 10 units would be affordable. After listening to the discussion at this May 6th meeting, it was clear to us that the commission was focused on two major issues. One, the number of residential units available, and two, affordable housing. And of course, the commission's approved motion required that we return with a lot of data on cost to subsidize units, making them affordable at various income levels, as well as ways to address affordability for seniors and those with disabilities. And then, of course, a revised term sheet. We listened to and we heard you. We provided
Line unmuted.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. We provided a revised term sheet and information that we believe responds to the motion and comments of the commissions. We've also focused on improving this project. I promise not to get into the weeds here now, but I wanted to briefly identify some of the changes, the major changes we have made and implemented since the May 6th meeting, and briefly identify them. If you have any comments or questions afterwards, our team is here ready and able to provide more detail. So you've heard already that we have more units. Well, we hired Donald Gray and his design team to add more total housing units and more varied condominiums in size and type. The term sheet you have indicates 104 units, which is a 45% increase from what we had before. However, we did not stop there. For in the last 2 weeks, after we provided you the term sheet, our architect came up with a plan for 120 units, over 80% more than originally planned. And I think this responds well to your concerns and the motion. I am very happy to say that after carefully evaluating project costs with our designers and potential contractors, currently all 120 of the units should be affordable at workforce housing level. Let me repeat that. All 120 of the units should be affordable at the workforce housing level, with many units affordable at the moderate income level, all without the need for any subsidy. And further, some of the units are available with modest subsidies at the low income level. That's the 50% AMI. All of that's in the backup information that we provided to you. We have also identified additional funding from the state to provide $25,000 in down payment assistance for 80% AMI low income purchasers, and an additional $10,000 for those purchasers who may be disabled or who are veterans. We've also had many detailed conversations with different affordable housing groups in the community, and we will be engaging at least one to identify, qualify, and provide home buyer education for potential buyers, along with anything that the city wishes to any way in which the city wishes to participate. So let me just briefly tell you about some of the changes we've made, additional changes. We reoriented the building. You know, to supply a grocer, we need access for trailer tractors. We had originally assumed these would come in on First Avenue, which was wide enough to be able to make a turn into a screen loading dock. Now with the possibility of a streetery on First Avenue, we had to rework our design to rotate our building so that with some minor modifications to traffic flow, using Southwest First Street and Southwest Second Street will allow us, we believe, to have the necessary access to the project. We look forward to coordinating this with you and your staff to be able to finalize those modest traffic changes. Footbridge. Our plan has a footbridge in which is connecting to the existing city garage. For a number of reasons, this is important, including ADA access. However, we originally asked the city to fund $150,000 towards that footbridge. We will now fund that ourselves. Mention was made about the office or retail space in the garage. It is important for us to have the ability to lease space adjacent to the project for a sales office, contractor office, a model unit for potential buyers to see, and space for our affordable housing partner. We see now in our Hyatt project how difficult it is to maintain, reasonable movement on the site. We just don't have enough there. I want to point out every affordable housing agency with which we've spoken has indicated the importance of having office space as close as possible to the project. We understand that the city may be now exploring a lease with a clothing store for the available remaining retail space in the project. However, access to the space for us remains important to accomplish our goals. If it is not possible, we will need to discuss how to close down additional streets to give us space for these uses we need. So we're here today. This site has been vacant for decades. What we request tonight is that we can move forward together while interest rates are low and while there's still a strong demand for housing. We've already started this design process, and Donald Gray will be happy to show you some really nice plans, some graphics that identify what we're talking about here. The timing for us is perfect. We would like to begin Lot 10 construction next year, late spring or early summer, when the Hyatt downtown is completed, and we can move our team, our in-house team, and other parts of the AMJ team onto the Lot 10 project. To accomplish this, we're ready to purchase the city property quickly so that we can begin full design right now and not wait until entitlements or permits are in hand. We are willing to accept a clawback provision so that if we do not start construction in a reasonable time, the land may be returned to the city. After closing on the land, we will commit to additional development agreements as outlined in our term sheet that spell out items such as the public right-of-way improvements, just similar to what we've done for the Hyatt project, as well as how the City Commission would like to move forward with subsidies for affordable housing. Nothing in our design will change that prohibits this discussion. I want to repeat, nothing in our design will change that prohibits this discussion. We made it clear at the beginning, the units that would be affordable and those would be market rate are no different from each other. Thank you again for your support so far and for what we expect to be a very good relationship in the future for this project. Sticky here.
Warren. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
I do have a couple questions, Mr. Warren, if you could come back, sorry, please. So I'm looking at the spreadsheet with the affordability per unit by size of family and all that. And I want to make sure I understand this right. Is the part that says, let's use a studio. It says studio, one person, or that type of studio is $170,000. And the price below is by median family income. Let's use 140, which is almost about 71. So the numbers are easier to work with. Does that mean that out of the 1 million, the city is providing 99, or setting aside for that, 99 would go towards subsidizing?
No. It was hard to hear you. I apologize. And I'm going to let, if I screw this up, I'll let Anthony Lyons talk to this. If you're talking about 140 MFI workforce, which is on the right-hand column, it says that the median family income for a family of one would be $71,820 based on that. The unit, that would qualify, the monthly housing cost would be roughly $1,800 after a mortgage payment. Of that, mortgage payment would be $1,538, which anticipates at 3.5% interest rates that they could qualify for a loan of $342,500. that means no subsidy would be required because the studio only costs $170,000. And we gave it, and Anthony put together just to give ranges between, say, we assume a studio would be available between 170 and 185. Similarly, if the studio went up to 185,000, there would be no cost to that. If you move to the right a little bit from that, you'll see that also at the moderate level, there would be no required subsidy. On the 80% AMI, the low income, there would be no required subsidy for someone to purchase that unit. And only when you get to the 60% or 50% AMI that a subsidy starts to become required there. And we can go through other ones, but it's the same procedure there. Again, too, for if the studio went to 185, it's just at the low income is a 80% low. There's a modest subsidy of $18,000. Okay.
I understand. I see it now. It was
sure.
The lacking on the right three made it difficult to see those. But so we, out of that million, only in those cases would that subsidy be applied.
Well, actually, because the state will provide a $20,000 subsidy for someone at the 80% AMI, there's no requirement for the $1 million, any of that $1 million to be used from the city's money. Okay, we just suggested that $1 million be set aside. When we did these things, you can see that at the very low income, there are significant subsidies required to be able to let somebody buy a condo. As you move up the scale with higher income, the subsidies shrink quite a bit.
Okay, and your proposed method is that we choose how many units at which level of subsidy, how many units per level of subsidy, and apply those required subsidies towards that million until we reach $1 million thereabouts.
We are open to any way the city would like to do this. Surely we need some guidance from the city. There's a finite pot of money, roughly, and how many people you want to subsidize, how many units you want to subsidize, at what levels do you want to subsidize, all comes into play. And then there are more, and I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds, but there's more other things, because the question is then, if you have a subsidized unit, an affordable unit, how long should it remain affordable? And there are different ways in which they can do that. So I don't want to have that discussion here now, but I'm saying we would like to get started on this project, and we will have that discussion with you and figure out how the city wants to do it, and we're comfortable any way you want to do that, okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm trying to look at all the terms right now. So I have really no major problem with any of these terms. My one concern on the rather than a percentage to move to like counting towards $1 million is I worry that depending on which percentage we use, we could only subsidize 4 units versus 10. And I worry about that because I'd rather help as many people as possible have housing with it. So as many units that we can make available, that's my goal. So I do worry about us, about that method overall, versus saying like this number of units. But that's a conversation for a different day. We can figure out that one.
If I may interject, we believe that's a policy issue that the city commission should really undertake and get with us how you want to spend this available pot of money, which is roughly on the order of about $1.6 million.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't know if we want to have that talk today or just decide on which method we'd be using, but that does concern me of which way we'd do it, because there, as you said, a finite amount of money, which depending on how you break it up is a couple of units or a dozen, and I want us to be very deliberate about that. The other thing, are you aware of any other leasing offices or open spaces within a couple blocks?
No, I am not.
There's no space anywhere.
We were told that maybe Donald wants to opine on that, if I might, because he's done this in Tallahassee, and again, we've spoken to the Neighborhood Housing Development Commission, we spoke to other people, and everybody's telling us it's very important to have have the offices there, so when you grab the people, they can come in and show. We said it's going to make it harder to attain the goal of having a significant number of affordable buyers or who qualify the further we get away from the site. Donald, if you might, easy answer.
Sure. So, well, it's a pleasure, Mayor, Commissioners, to see you again. Thank you for allowing us to present. Donald Gray, architect with the Fitzgerald Collaborative Group. So in terms of where you want the office, the leasing office, it actually serves three main purposes, and you may all know this, but just for the purpose of the discussion, it's obviously for leasing, showing units, but also it's for management. Often when you're working with especially in affordable housing, and especially especially affordable housing at certain income levels, the most successful projects have a very strong and focused and deliberate sort of management operation. And that's everything from property management, conflict management, sort of, and any sort of issue that may arise with the property. So that's number one. But number two, obviously, actually that was number two. Number one, going back to number one, showing the units, and that's important because for interested buyers, to be as proximate to the site as possible is actually critical. And in fact, to have an office that has a sort of integral parking associated with it, especially when you're showing upwards of 120 units, you want to be able to accommodate as many buyers as possible, not only sort of proximate to the site in terms of walking, but also accommodating them their parking. And so those are the two primary well, actually, accommodation. I guess the third one is kind of mixed in with the second one, which is actually having a unit, a model unit on hand to show. Oftentimes, the model unit is built and it's ready to go over the course of construction. But prior to that, a lot of times you have the option of doing a mock-up off-site. And having that sort of proximate to the site would be an advantage for the affordable housing group. And that's why I would support wholeheartedly, actually right across the street would be actually perfect. I mean, for days like today, right, where you're showing and there's inclement weather, I mean, you're right there. So, but at any rate, I mean, I'd love to answer any more questions on that if you have them, but that's my perspective.
So are you the one who's done research on other spaces around the area? Or
I'm sorry?
Are you one of the folks who's done research on what other areas are available for leasing, or have you pinpointed this one and rejected all other options?
So that would be a question for AMJ. I was asked to speak specifically to what other developers we've worked with have done in the past. And so this is based on sort of just personal professional experience and sort of what we're hearing from our clients. But in terms of availability of other sites around the city, I couldn't speak to that, but I can speak to all of the advantages of this particular site.
No,
So.
I'm aware of those.
Sure.
But I'm also aware of the delicate situation where we have been working with.
Oh,
someone else.
and I can respect that.
So in the spirit of fairness, I wanted to know if there just is, rather than split the baby, is there another option that is feasible within a block or two?
So I wouldn't be able to answer that question,
Does
but
anyone
it's a good
on
one.
staff know that? If do we have an accounting of space downtown? Please. Sorry, I know I'm being long-winded. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
I don't know particularly whether there's space available in that proximity, but I would say that if it's the direction of the commission, that we can look for that.
Okay. I think I know we don't keep a running spreadsheet of all our spaces, but that is something I'd like to know if there is just another viable, similar enough space that could be available rather than pitting two groups against each other.
Commissioner, I think there's, at least my experience over the last 2 years, there's been considerable turnover in rental space. Even the county has, within a couple block radius, vacant storefronts that could potentially be used. But I don't know that we should, steer AMJ to any one proponent. Clearly, they prefer this site. Staff has looked at this, and as Mr. Bredfeld indicated, we have already signed an LOI with Hal Bazaar, because it's important to, as we're looking at rebuilding activity downtown, have a variety of retail uses other than just bars and restaurants. And looking at Hal Bazaar as a potential way of stimulating more retail activity in the corridor. Uses such as that Mr. Warren's talking about, Mr. Gray, in terms of that is really limited in terms of hours and operation and clientele. It does not necessarily create the same type of stimulus that we're looking for. So that's the rationale we had for how bizarre.
Thank you, sir. Based on that, I'm going to take an Alexander Hamilton approach to this. We had an agreement set up prior that we were negotiating and set up prior and agreed to. I think it would be pretty unjust of us to say, nah, we found something else we'd rather do, given that we negotiated. I'm perfectly comfortable with the rest of these terms, with the exception of the lease of Whiskey House. I want to say that there is other space around that could be comparable, but in that one element, I don't feel comfortable changing at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, guys.
You're good. Commissioner Yason.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all. I think the changes that you brought back are appreciated, both in the affordability of the units and also in the increase in the number of units. I think that are beneficial to our downtown. As for the terms, I agree with the vast majority of them, except for a few, one, and I want to get a clarification on another. For the Whiskey House, or the parking garage site that the city owns, I do think having a diversity of retail spaces is better for our downtown. And just for Commissioner Saga, it's their responsibility to do that. I don't think we need to get involved in finding a space for one if we're not going to provide that space. But I do think having retail downtown is important. If we can increase the amount of retail downtown, that's great. That's kind of one of the missing components that we have in our community. So I'd like for us to remove that aspect of the term sheet. Just a clarification for parking. I really don't want to get involved in parking again, so that you all get the parking and the city's not going to get involved. For the affordability portion, support of the $1 million, I don't think we have to. I think that can be negotiated with you and the city manager as we move forward, and that he brought back to us on kind of how that's allocated and how long things are affordable. I think there's a lot of specifics that I don't think we have the information here today to get into, and I think need to have some true thought. So I think if we give the blessing of this, then we can negotiate moving forward and have staff bring back the final agreement that has that information, or has that worked out. I'd also like for us to, it was brought up on the delivery of vehicles and how vehicles get in and out of spaces. That's becoming more of an issue in our downtown as we are redeveloping lots. Our current code, really suburban code, we make trucks have to turn around on the actual lot, which is impossible on a lot of our downtown lots. And every one of these has to be negotiated, and it'd be much clearer if we could, as a way to reduce the cost of development, if we change our how deliveries have to be made to kind of fit a more urban environment for future projects. So hopefully we can give that direction to staff for them to look. I know other projects in downtown, other redevelopments had the same issue. So having a staff look at that and then bring back some changes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for bringing back the changes. I think they're really good changes. I do have a question about the increase. So when we first started this, the percentage was actually very important to me, the percentage of units that we would be able to get that are very low to low income in this space. And why I'm more apt to support, at this point, most folks know about how I feel about equitable development in this city and how most of it is not equitable. And this to me will move towards the more equitable piece of it because, one, I believe this is exactly where housing and residences should go, literally directly downtown, not in our single family neighborhoods surrounding it, but downtown where it's close to transportation, there's grocery, there's access to amenities, the density that's provided is adequate, and the only missing piece of this to me is really how we are going to make sure that it is a mixed income community. And for that means that we need to focus on the very low and low income range. So I very much appreciate what you brought back and why I'm more apt to support it than I have other projects. So I really want to focus and hone in on this very low to low income piece of it. So the affordable, the $1 million will, that is essentially the subsidy that the city is providing for whatever AMI, from 80% all the way up to 120, I think, or I forget what it is, the workforce. Now that you've increased it from 104, which is the last time I took a look at this, to 120, how has that had an impact on the overall kind of financials of it? And would we be able to provide more? I'm always going to push, so I got to say that.
If I understand correctly, it was not only did we increase the number of units, but we increased the number of smaller units, studios and one-bedrooms, which should have the effect of allowing more low-income people to qualify. In the beginning, when we started, most of the units were two-bedroom units that tend to obviously be larger and more expensive. So we went back and tried to have more units. We were able to, the architect was able to do that by turning the design of the condominiums from basically an L shape into a U shape.
Okay.
And he'll be happy to show you that. I think it's got some nice graphics. But mainly also too, by having more units, a little more efficient, but mainly by having as many, now we have half of the units instead of almost 80% of the units being two-bedroom initially, 50% are two bedrooms, and the balance are either studios and one-bedrooms, which just because of the lower cost tend to be more affordable.
I see, okay. I have a question about the space that you're needing. So do you need that space, or are you proposing that you need that space from when you break ground, or when the project is when the project is built?
No, we probably need it just before we break ground, until we're able to go ahead and complete the building, and hopefully then sell out the units. So it may, obviously, it's going to take a little time to sell 120 units, probably almost twice as much time as to sell 72, but we believe we'll need it until after the building is sold, so that we can have something close by, okay, that is, you want people to be able to stop by, see a nice building there and say, wow, let me look at this, and not have to drive somewhere else and go. It just makes it a lot easier. And I don't want to, go on this too much, but these are important issues to us, and I would be remiss if I were to move forward with a project where I thought there was a fatal flaw.
A what?
If I would be remiss to take on a project in which I thought there was a fatal flaw. Okay? And again, these professionals in this, especially the affordable housing advocates and the affordable housing agencies, have told us that it's very important to have something close by. Can't have an office for my contractor 2 blocks away. He's got to be, superintendent has to be right there. We just have that. And we have, as you notice now, for the Hyatt, we have a lot of trailers on the site there and the like. This site's even tighter, just because of the need to, the need to have the grocery store there, which is a little larger building, a little larger footprint, and the fact that we have to have access to get in and out and stuff. So it's a very, very tight site.
So it sounds like you don't need that space forever. You need it from breaking ground until the units are sold.
Absolutely,
so about
yes.
a year.
No. We don't want to lease it any longer than necessary, which should be shortly thereafter, after the building's completed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a tough one for me. That's a tough one, because it sounds like we have committed that space to someone else at this moment, and I need to hear a little bit more about that before I can say that I'm comfortable moving forward with this provision in the term sheet. I would, though, it is very important to me to have a conversation and to have something on paper where we're understanding how we're going to be using the money to address low income and very low income homeownership needs. And I would even take it a step further to say, maybe we want to consider, I know it was in my proposal at least, that we set aside a certain amount for affordable housing in whatever form that means, whether it's a community land trust, whether it's subsidizing, homes, whether it's, rental payment assistance. I would say that we should consider setting aside additional money because this is a shovel-ready project to assist with additional very low income to low income homeownership needs in this project specifically. So that's what I would like to propose in addition to the $1 million. I'd like to even take this a step further and kind of harken back to one of Commissioner Ward's initiatives, which was the My Welcome Home. My Neighborhood. It might have changed. Yeah, it was. I think it was first. It was Welcome Home, and then it was My Neighborhood. But we're very familiar with the displacement that has been happening around the area to in the adjacent neighborhoods. And a lot of the neighborhoods were in the plan for the My Neighborhood or Welcome Home project. So what I would like to see is for us to use that exact same model, the My Neighborhood model, and then use it for this specific project. So people, whatever I can't remember the exact parameters of the project, but I know overall it's about making sure that people in the neighborhoods that were displaced, such as, Spring Hill, Porters, etc., Seminary Lane, could come back to the neighborhood. And this is, close enough by, it's the downtown area, so we use those exact same parameters. That's what I'd like to see happen. Overall, I'm comfortable with what's in the term sheet at the moment. I still am thinking through the piece about that space that we've committed. But overall, I gotta say, I'm actually gonna say it. I'm kind of happy about this. I'm happy that we have the opportunity for people to really change lives in terms of home ownership and create generational wealth. And I really want to be very intentional about how we build this program, because it's not meant for students that are poor or their families have money. It is literally meant to help people that we can change the trajectory of their lives. So how this program is built is going to be very, very important to me. And if we have the opportunity to do that with this space, I think it's fantastic. So thank you for all of the work that you put into this, and I can support it with what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What was that commitment you were mentioning? I might have been in the back when I was the Health Bazaar. But weren't they just saying that they were going to speak with them about taking them on as a... So for the issue regarding the Hal Bazaar, that was a situation in which the city we've signed a lease. Is that what I'm saying?
A letter of intent.
We've signed a letter of intent. I'm sorry. Please.
So, Commissioner, in accordance with our land disposition policy, we have several properties that are on the market. This we've been working with Hal Bazaar since before we opened up the Lot 10 proposals, and have come to a conclusion with terms, and we signed an LOI, which would then take us next to the preparation of a lease and the execution of that.
Okay, thank you. Well, if we promised it to somebody already, or at least gave intimation that we would have that discussion with them, then it seems to me probably not the best thing to take that away, no matter for what good reason. But at the same time, I'd want to hear from them. Perhaps before that conversation started, there wasn't going to be months and months of construction right across the street. I don't know if that affects their interest. So that I'm with you there. I'm ready to go ahead and approve the sale so that we can move forward with this, or rather allow the AMG group to move forward with this, and then we can give direction to our staff for how we want to see the affordable housing criteria set up so that they can negotiate that. I got to say, I don't really like the whole back and forth from the dais thing. It just feels a little strange, but whatever. So we can do that at a later date. I'd rather us do the sale today and then allow for the details to be sort of sorted out later. But I do want to make sure that we're not sort of leaving the Hal Bazaar out to dry here with this decision. So if we can get some commentary on that, I'd appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we accept the term sheet with that one, taking out that one spot for the Hal Bazaar. It can be put back in. I just need to hear that we're not leaving them out to dry.
Second. Okay, motion and second to approve the term sheet and sale, with the exception of the office space at the Old Whiskey House. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously I love that we have activity. That's the best part about this, is that at the same time we had people walking around saying, oh, I don't know if downtown will ever recover. We have a discussion about spaces downtown that we're have multiple people vying for. That's a good thing, a very good thing. I like the proposal. I think there is a chance for success here that involves lots of different people and different kinds of people. And that's exactly the kind of thing we've been talking about and asking for years from this dais. There's the very real potential within grasp of Lot 10 not being just Lot 10 anymore. And I can't tell you how excited that makes me. Some of the things that it's important to me that we do a deal tonight, that we move forward or don't. And I think probably move forward. The longer this waits, the more precarious everything is, because once interest rates creep up, this becomes a lot less possible. And we're at a financial time where it's possible, and I'm hoping that we can strike while the iron is hot. A concern that I have, and it's fixable. It's not a problem. It's just I don't know how this part's going to work, or who will be responsible for it. Is how do we keep inexpensive, subsidized units from being flipped? If we sell somebody a one-bedroom, if you sell somebody a one-bedroom apartment that we have been a partner in, they need to be there. That family needs to be there. And obviously there are ways we can do that. We can hold a second mortgage, or variety of mortgages down the road with it that are released after some years of occupancy. You can build in deed restrictions, but all of that requires, anything we do is going to require an extra level of complexity for those subsidized units, and that worries me. It's nothing that we can't fix. There's nothing that isn't doable. It just makes the whole process harder. And I do have concerns about how that all gets done. Those concerns probably are not fixable tonight, but it is absolutely possible. It is not a deal killer, but those are things that we're going to have to figure out. And I would love to be able to create that in such a way that the city of Gainesville doesn't have to monitor it for the next decade, because we don't have the capacity to do that. We would have to create something new, a new mechanism to do that. And frankly, our resources need to be spent in creating opportunity, not managing other opportunity. So that's what's at the forefront of my mind about how we work with this. And I am absolutely open to ideas, but we can't walk out of here without that being spoken and discussed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to see if the motion maker would be okay to amendment. For the affordable housing portion, I think that can be negotiated. I think one thing though that we should have, to Commissioner Johnson's and Commissioner Ward's point, we should have that, I think, finalized, but it doesn't have to be finalized today. I think it'll be finalized before we close on the property. So if we negotiate that, and that gives us time to be able to move forward, and then that has to be done before closing, I think that would give enough time to think, and things can move forward. I also would hope that we could add the.
Is that 90 days from now?
No, I don't know whenever date they I don't think they come to a closing date, because the final thing still has to come back to us, I believe. So I'm not sure, or Mr. Feldman maybe has those lines.
Sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't hear that last part.
I think he was asking what 90 days from now is the closing, but I don't think there's a closing date.
Yeah, so we're trying to get a closing as early as possible. That's been a problem we've had with Lot 10, and I think Mr. Warren and AMJ are committed to that. My question was if it's subject to approval of the affordable housing program. I'm assuming you mean the commission's approval of that program, not correct? Okay, just wanted to clarify.
And then the other part I'd like to add to the motion is this project, and then the Hyatt, and we're seeing this happen many times with loading dock issues. Our loading dock regulations are designed for suburban development, and to have staff look at our loading issues and come back with changes to reflect a more urban redevelopment that we're starting to see.
Yeah, I would just respectfully ask that maybe you make that as a separate motion, since it really isn't. We shouldn't hold it up and tie it up with for this.
I agree. I also agree with what the manager said.
Are you doing that first portion though?
Okay. Who's the seconder?
I am. I was the seconder.
Oh, you're the second, okay. So I assume you agree with your proposed amendments?
Yes, so the affordable housing. Well, I don't think the second one made it, but the first one was the affordable housing program portion.
To be clear, so that I can use my words, I agree. We do need to look at our loading dock rules. I've seen it time and time again. It's causing problems. But yeah, I'm not going to ride that onto this. So we'll do that later.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to AMJ for this. I agree with a lot of the ideas that are within the proposal. I did have this question. I frequent a lot of the restaurants downtown. And one of the things that's recently changed is the availability of parking. I do see here that you are requesting, or that you'll be utilizing some of the parking within the parking garage. And I'm wondering if you might be able to be a little more specific about the number of spaces that you might want to designate for your use. As a lot of that parking has gotten repurposed relatively recently, a lot of the business owners are very concerned, as am I, about their patrons' ability to come and patronize their businesses in a way that is safe and in a way that's effective and conducive to their business. So I'm wondering if you might be able to speak to the number of spaces that you would like to utilize.
Good day, Anthony Lyons. I'd be remiss if I didn't say feels good to be back. So the parking arrangement that we're seeking is not any spaces that the city currently has in its possession. These are spaces that we've been discussing with private firms that have an allocation of spaces already in the garage. I think there's 800 and some odd spaces, many of which during the day, of course, are not well used. Sometimes on the nights and weekends, they are obviously a little more used. And so I think the daily traffic is not really going to change significantly. And so the spaces, I think in the original proposal, I think we said there'd be about a couple hundred spaces that we'd be seeking outside of the city's allocation. But again, there's 800 and I don't remember the numbers, 850 spaces, I think.
850 spaces?
I believe there's something plus or minus. There's quite a few spaces, and I think the city manager and staff can tell you how many of those are used, but I think very, very few during the course of the day.
But to be clear, you're not seeking 850 spaces. You're saying that's what's in the garage.
That's what's in the garage. We're
Right.
seeking a few hundred of them on the
Right.
private
Couple of
sector,
hundred.
not city spaces at all. The city still has spaces, the county has spaces, other private firms have an allocation of spaces. Nothing changes. Whether we can utilize some that already in someone else's possession is what we're seeking, none of which that will affect anything currently.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, while I'm here, I think just for clarity, our hope is actually to bifurcate, close on the property while the conversation around housing and affordability and allocation exists. And I think that's for lots of reasons. Number one, we could start designing right away, and Donald again can show you where we are, but we can sort of keep going. The more information we have, the better that conversation would be. Anyhow, as Mr. Warren said, nothing would change in terms of the kind of units and how they're designed, either for affordability or not. I think our fear is that we spend the next 6 months discussing it and sort of miss the mark. And so, again, it's certainly up to you, but our hope is to sort of bifurcate, just allow us to close. We'll forward funds to you, and at the same time, keep those discussions going. And if we need additional agreements, then we're certainly happy to do that. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Duncan Walker, do you have any more? You're good? Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. Thought just occurred to me that I think will have an impact on the financial aspect of this, and I don't know if it was if I saw it in the backup, but I'm assuming they're going to be condo association fees. Can you tell me about that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. In the city affordability worksheet that we put in your backup, we put a sort of a variable spreadsheet at the beginning, which talks about how much cost of someone's income, depending upon how much they make, the interest rate currently, and then if you scroll down a little bit, there's a condo fee that we estimated.
So the 130, that's a month. Okay, so
right, for a two-bedroom, and then it goes down from there.
Okay, got it.
And some, just so you know, if I may, we've made some choices already with the design that would keep that down. If you have very large amenities like rooftop pools, as an example, the condo fee would go up quite a bit. And so I think we're very cognizant of ways in which we can keep that down. So,
okay.
And amenities are one of those ways.
Great. Is internet included?
I'm
not even going to start.
I'd rather not discuss that.
I'm just kidding.
It's close by, we know that.
So a couple more thoughts is that I would like to be a little bit more specific about the affordability piece of it. So I would like to propose an additional amendment asking that staff come back to us with a program based on the same parameters of the My Neighborhood program and add Seminary Lane into that, descendants of the people that were displaced from Seminary Lane, to come back to us by the time this closes, with a focus on low income and very low income home ownership. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think my concern is this going to be lot 10 all over again, where, I see these term sheets, I see the funding being committed, and I see if we close the deal, we have the funding, so we're going to be able to supply that. They've already shown, in my estimation, they've shown a willingness to meet us where we're asking them to go.
Yes.
So
to me, that's the staff. It's not AMJ. It's staff that's going to come back to us. So CRA, Capo, whoever, they're going to come back to us. They've already done this.
Right. But if we make it as a condition before closing, I think that's where I've got to.
I don't know that I'm making it as a condition before closing. I'm just saying that I want to come back to us by the time it closes, so that we have the program in front of us to say, yes, this is the direction that we want to go.
I'm okay with that. I just don't want it to be a condition.
I don't think we should lock it into. I won't accept that portion. We have new people moving into Gainesville too that have affordability issues. I don't think we should lock it into just people from those specific neighborhoods. I think it should be open to people may have moved here in the last couple of years and they have affordability issues and they want to live in the downtown area, not just people who have lived here for a long time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
So part of the reason why I am requesting that that be put in is because we've seen that there's been a historical problem with displacement in Gainesville. And this is a very specific shovel-ready project way that we can address that. I think that the program that Commissioner Ward came up with is fantastic. I think it's going to serve a very much needed purpose, and I think that this is a project in a very specific area that will help us rectify some of the actual harm that we have done in the past. I understand that there are people moving here from all over. I'm talking about the residents here, people that we've displaced actively with some of the decisions that we've made and prior commissions have made. So if it doesn't, that's fine if you don't want to add it, but I'm certainly going to make a motion if it's not added to this one. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously I conceptually like that because I have a similar program. I would like us to, when we make direction for, and I don't know the best way to term it, but a choice of well-considered creative programs that are not just taken off the shelf from somewhere else, but things that might address a variety of needs, that address historical concerns, that address all the needs that we need to address. And what I don't want is for us to drive away from the opportunity in front of us because we can't agree on how we're going to distribute that $1 million or more of subsidy. I want us to very carefully distribute those subsidies in ways that do the most good and address the most issues for, in one swing of the bat that we can. But let's make sure we get this done and then task staff with bringing back, because we have some very creative people on staff. Let's task them with bringing back ideas bigger and more specific and more creative than what we're likely to do right here. So let's ask them for lots of ideas, or for some set of ideas rather than just one thing would be my preference. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner, I was thinking along the same lines. I feel like we're getting sort of stuck on this one element that isn't, it's not necessary for us to make these decisions tonight on the how the affordable component of this will be structured. My preference would be for us to ask staff to come back with a set of options. Sort of the vogue term recently has been a matrix, where we can show, okay, we've got this pot of $1 million. Here's some different ways we could use that, and they're all going to lead to different outcomes. And then we can see them all in front of us and say, what is our, what do we think is the best option to couple the affordability goals with the money that we have, including people returning. I mean, so that could be, it could be handled through a preference that between two equal applicants, if somebody is returning from a neighborhood they were displaced from at some point in the past, they could give preference over somebody who isn't. Those are all details that we should just ask our staff to work with, our folks that understand this well and bring us back those options and allow us to make the decision then. Because doing this sort of, I know I'm not ready to commit to any particular model tonight. I want to move forward. I want to get this thing closed. And since I'm speaking, I it sounds like that they're gonna independently take care of their parking needs. I agree with that. I don't want the city being involved with that. I believe it's on AMJ to find appropriate office space. We have been negotiating in good faith with the How Bizarre folks for months and months and months. I don't remember when my first conversation was with those folks, but it was a long time ago. There are other properties around there, and I don't know if the Jones is still vacant. It was the last time I went by there. The place next to 5 Star is often vacant. Nothing's there for too long. Anyway, that's not on us. That's up to AMJ to figure out what space works. I don't want to go back. So much energy and effort's been put into that, and for us to go in a different direction, I think would just be tragic for us. Yeah, and I agree with the looking at our code about the sort of urban loading, unloading freight issues but we could deal with that separately. But anyway, I challenge our staff to bring us back, 3 or 5 different sort of options with how that $1 million could be leveraged, including helping people that have been displaced in some specified area around downtown. I'm fine with that. I don't want to make all those decisions tonight. Back to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think I want to see the motion up on the screen, but also, Gail, can you repeat what you wanted to add?
I wanted to add that staff come back with a program based on the same parameters of the My Neighborhood program, with adding in the descendants of Seminary Lane by the time this closes, with the recommendations included by the Office of Equity and Inclusion in the same backup for My Neighborhood.
Okay, and that information will come back to us before closing, and then we can decide whether or not we want to act on it as a condition or even not a condition.
Yeah.
And we can decide from there. Okay, can we add that even if, just so we can put it all in one vote, we'll split it out. It'll be a separate portion, and.
I can say that's the program we're gonna go?
No, I'm not saying, hold on, no. Let me. I'm not saying that we're gonna go with any programs, but I'm asking commissioners right now, if you have ideas that you would like for staff to go and work on, let's take those votes on one go with a separate, and then, we split it out instead of going through the rigmarole of making all these motions or scheduling a special meeting or whatever. So if you've got ideas, put it out there, and great, you know what, if you don't have ideas right now, that's great too. You can always follow up afterwards with staff.
Okay, the seconder accepts.
It's not a condition.
It's bringing back information to the commission. And the seconder accepted that amendment. Do you conclude, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that we don't make the affordable housing, subsidized housing portion incredibly complicated. The more complicated we make it, the harder it will be for people to be able to use the program. And just, we should keep that in mind. So I just want to ask that, bring back what Commissioner Johnson requested, but I think there are other things too that we could spend the money on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I like My Neighborhood a lot. I think it's a great program. It actually already, it includes Seminary Lane because it includes the whole CRA district. But
yeah. Madam Clerk, I'll clarify here in a second.
But what I would like to see, I think this is an opportunity for us to really challenge staff on number 2 there to bring back lots of ideas, to bring back a portfolio of creative ideas rather than just saying, this is the thing we want you to work on. Again, I like that program, but there are other good ideas out there that we ought to corral and make part of this. And maybe that's the direction we go, but if we could, with $1 million, maybe we put 2 or 3 programs as a part of this. You know, maybe there are different ways to approach this with that $1 million pot. And as you alluded earlier, maybe we can reach into other pots of money and increase this. Maybe there are opportunities. Maybe this is a catalyst. Maybe we use this as a thing that forces us to create some ideas and programs that work not only on this building, but in other parts of our city. So I don't want us to be super restrictive with it, is I guess where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Thanks. And Madam Clerk, the number 2 is to ask staff to bring back some structure to the affordability subsidies, as well as the Welcome Home. Is that what Welcome Home? I think it's My Neighborhood program that already exists. But to include it in part of the options for this particular project. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. I feel the need to explain why I feel the need to go back and forth on this. The reason why I am supporting this project is because we have the ability to affect generations of people that we have harmed in Gainesville. We have a shovel-ready project, and we can do this. And I have a very specific kind of, and that is why I'm advocating for this. I understand that when there are programs and you're not specific, you're not deliberate, and you don't necessarily think through, even though it might be a tiny bit harder, a little bit harder to make it happen, the time that's put into it is worth what the outcome will be. So I think we're just looking at this from 2 different perspectives, and that's fine. I'm open to getting additional information about how these programs could work, but I know what I'm trying to accomplish here. So that's why I'm belaboring the point, is what I'm saying. I'm excited to see what staff brings back, but I also think that we have a program in place that is meant to address the displacement that has happened in the near downtown, near university neighborhoods. That's all at this moment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion. We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody that wishes to speak to this item or to this motion, we welcome you now.
Mike Warren again. I just sort of focus on the, I'm sorry to bring it because the office space tends to be a relatively small part, very, very small compared to the overall project we're doing. But we did in our original proposal to the city, which we drafted probably in March, we talked about the need to have office space there that would be adjacent to our project, okay? If we're not able to do that, then if we can't find space which is close by, it jeopardizes this project. And clearly, we're going to probably also need to close some streets to be able to get the access that we need and have the ability to have people in trailers and the like. So I just want you to understand that. And I'm only saying that because once you go ahead and sign a lease with somebody else, you've basically foreclosed that option for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
We actually do. Bear with us if we have to play with our settings just a smidge. We had that technical issue before, but first up is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, are you there? If you are, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I'm Debbie Martinez. Mr. Mayor, the contractor that you all are paying to screen the calls, I spoke to a very professional lady earlier, and the phone number at the bottom of the screen keeps changing. All afternoon, it was a totally different number until about 30 minutes ago. And now the new number on the screen is 1-800-876-7516. Now that's the same number we've been using for the past year, but earlier today it was a totally different number when we all were calling in earlier, or when the meeting started at 1 o'clock. So right now you'll look on the screen and you see 1-800-876-7516. Well, my question is, are you still having glitches? Will the number flip-flop back and forth? Or will this number that reads clearly right now, 1-800-876-7516, be the call-in number that citizens are supposed to be calling in for the rest of the evening? That's my first question. Now, my second question is, I've heard you all throwing around a lot of numbers, talking about $1.6 million for this project, and then I heard the commissioners talking about we have a pot of money for $1 million over here, and then we've got a bunch of subsidies. So if you could clarify how the funding source for this project works, I think it would be helpful for the citizens listening at home. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you. The funding would come from the sale of the property, and the Adam can probably explain this better, but yeah, we've had some technical difficulties with the phone bridge, and they've been trying to work those out. I'm guessing that's what's accounting for the different numbers. Adam, can you add any clarity to that?
It's a combination of issues that are a little bit complicated involving the website and some of our work here. We're trying to keep it stable. We had no issues this afternoon and should have them smoothed out before we get on the phone next time we're here. I am so sorry.
No, it's fine, Adam. So, but people, if they want to call in, we will always have the current number correct. If whatever number you see on the screen, call that number and that will get you through.
Yep, and we do test it as we begin every meeting, so we rarely, if ever, have these issues. I am so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
next speaker in the chamber.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I congratulate you on bringing this type of development to downtown Gainesville. Approximately 10 stories, 250 square feet, a grocery store, office space, condominium, workforce and low-income housing and retail. AMJ has put together a diverse group of partners to finally bring this commission's dream to developing Lot 10 to reality. AMJ has been a trusted partner in this community for many years and has invested in many projects downtown. AMJ has been a significant contributor to local nonprofits like the Fisher House, the Hippodrome State Theater, Dance Alive, the Center for the Performing Arts. The Greater Gainesville Chamber supports the motion to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, next speaker on the phone.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to thank AMJ and Mr. Warren, as well as some Gurns, who were one of the original bidders on this site, for continuing to try and make economic investment in the downtown area. With respect to the motion, the office space that's being contemplated to be leased should be the least of the concerns associated with the project. But once again, the City Commission wants to micromanage everything and substitute its choices and its agenda for every little aspect of everything, which is why we spent over 2 hours talking about COVID today, and you didn't even answer any of the questions and concerns raised by numerous people that came in from Archer. With respect to the economics of this project, if I have it correct, and if I'm going from memory, if I don't have it correct, somebody please correct me. The appraised value was approximately $2.9 million. The purchase price is $2.3 million. And I stand by my prior statement that the City Commission would find a way to spend all the money, or most of the money on this project from the sale price before the closing ever happened on said property. And if I think I understand the economics, $1 million of the purchase price is going to affordable housing, and it's subject to check. I think 400,000, 300,000 is going to improvements on the site. So that basically is about 50% or more of the purchase price that the commission has already spent before the closing has occurred on the property. So please correct me, Mayor Poe, if I'm wrong on that. But I think the city certainly has some initiatives, but there's other things that the city could be spending this money on. But you guys have a propensity to spend money, increase GRU electric rates, and raise our property taxes because you spend money quicker than you can receive it. And this seems to be another case. So I'm not critical of AMJ or Mr. Warren in any way. The city commission needs to quit micromanaging everything and quit spending money that it doesn't have. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker in chambers. Yeah, you just come up when you're ready. It's welcome.
Good evening. My name is Steve Cannon. I'm with the representing the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce this evening. When we talk with our members about Lot 10, they're very excited. They're excited to see the city leaders working with a local company in AMJ. They're excited about this project, providing residents with workforce housing, supporting density objectives, and providing new retail options, which will continue helping downtown develop as a walkable community and a destination within our region. AMJ has a proven track record with downtown projects. They understand and share our community vision of downtown, and they have the staff which is undoubtedly the most experienced in understanding and working with the commission and your staff. So we at the Chamber support your decision to partner with AMJ to improve Lot 10 and build a vibrant downtown economy, and encourage you to move forward with the project. The sooner, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Leslie Florence. Ms. Florence, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to speak on the office space rental to the How Bizarre and speak in favor of allowing them to go ahead and move into that, sign the lease and into that space. I've been to several of their events. I've been to their store. I think it speaks well of support for our small businesses here in Gainesville. Most of the owners of this have grown up here in Gainesville, and I would like to see something done, possibly. I understand that they need trailer space, maybe at the old Jones building or the 5-Star building, the old In-N-Out. I'm old Gainesville. I've been here for 50-something years, and I just kind of want to support them. Their agreement was signed. I know they've been excited about moving down there, and I still think Lot 10 could be developed into something great, maybe a green space. We could have more festivals down there, more opportunity for local artists and craftspeople to show their wares without paying expensive prices to be in our art shows. Or I just think it'd be a great idea to allow them the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak on this side.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mary Jane Brunel, and I've been assisting the How Bizarre in finding space since the beginning of the year. Early last year, my clients decided that the retail space located at 60 Southwest 2nd Street is the best location, surrounded by other successful shops and restaurants. After 6 months of due diligence and negotiations, we finally have approval from the city. This is a big milestone, and they're very excited about it, and they want to contribute by having festivals, by bringing people downtown, making it a livable, walkable community. I know that we're at odds with the developer, but not really, because I've identified several properties that would work for them. One would be the top floor of the parking garage, where the tenants could actually see the city from the top viewpoint, and they could put their model in there, which won't fit very comfortably into the current retail space they're considering. There's a space next to Alpine Restaurant that's available. And there's some space at the bottom of the Siegel building that's available. And also on Southwest 1st Street, there's a space that Saul Silver owns that's vacant right now. And someone's already paying rent on it, so you could just move right in. Thank you very much. I appreciate you allowing me to make comments.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for sticking with us. I know you've been here since the beginning of the day. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Joe Beatty. Ms. Beatty, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, yes. I just have one question about this project. As I understand, it's, you're making an effort for it to be affordable, but it's going to be a condo situation. People will be buying. Condos always have condo fees, and I was wondering if there's been anything addressed into what those condo fees are, and are those condo fees going to be able to be different for the different units, or do they have to be uniform across the board, which I see might make a difference to lower income people or your affordable housing and people that are getting in there with subsidies. So I really think that's not been mentioned when you talk about affordability, and I'd like to hear some response about the condo fees and how they would affect the buyers of these units. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Beatty. That was discussed earlier, and if you go to the item in the backup, there is a sort of worksheet on affordability options that does include the condo fees for the studio 1 and 2 bedrooms, and then how that affects the overall affordability criteria for somebody, workforce, low income, very low income, for all the different ones. So if you just pull that up, I think you'll be able to see that pretty clearly. Anybody else in chamber that wishes to make any comments?
Well, I think.
Good.
Mayor, back to you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me. My name is Stacy Bertrand. I'm the Vice President of Economic Development at the Greater Gainesville Chamber of Commerce. What I'm really excited about with this project and AMJ leading it is that it really does accomplish many goals that you all have and the goals of the community as well in one singular project. It accomplishes our goal of $50 million a year of capital investment, as well as $1.5 million of regional investment. Diversity of housing is included in it as well. The grocery downtown is going to be amazing to be able to have a grocery downtown and to be able to have people live absolutely right next to it, to be able to go to the grocery store. In addition, I oversee our economic development strategy, Collaborate 2025. It is focused on retaining talent in the area and growing our talent in the area. So people who've lived here for generations will be able to stay here, own here, and be here, be happy living here. Business growth as well, which this accomplishes, and quality of place. Now, I just want to focus a little bit on quality of place. Last year, at the end of December, we had a meeting with local business owners called Let's Discuss Downtown. And it was evident that they wanted to see a more vibrant downtown, a more safe downtown as well. And the projects like these help to accomplish that. So just looking back at the groundbreaking on the Hyatt Place, which was a $35+ million investment by the developer, into this project, we want to continue that type of momentum in our region, and especially in the downtown core area. I just also want to congratulate you all on the downtown strategic planning process. I sit on one of the advisory committees, and the process is going very well, and appreciate the work of the staff and what they're doing. So on behalf of the chamber, myself, a resident here of 23 years as well, and my kids and our whole entire family, we just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank AMJ for their proposal and for presenting today. And thank you for the opportunity as well to serve our community.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last caller here for the moment anyway is Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Mayor, first of all, I want to congratulate Mike Warren and the team for putting together a project. And Mr. Mayor, I want to remind you what Mr. Warren was asking about what his needs were, which the motion still doesn't address when it comes to construction and closing off the streets. I hope you all were not being dismissive of that, which is important. Number 2, I also want you to acknowledge, which I haven't heard very few of the commissioners, or maybe 1 or 2 of you might have, was that he came back to, they were actively listening to you when it came to what you were asking for affordable housing. You went from 20% to 30%. They simply exceeded that. You set a measurement, you set an objective, they exceeded that goal. And I think that's something that we need to acknowledge. And I didn't hear any of that. And I was hoping, I remember Commissioner Johnson was very adamant about what she wanted last time when they were here and presenting. And none of the other applicants, Prodesco didn't present that. You would have certainly never gotten that from anybody, the other applicants when it came to that. But Mr. Warren exceeded that. And we need to acknowledge that. And, so the other thing is this will certainly be a vast improvement to Lot 10, which has been talked about for many, many years, especially for people in District 1 for many years, going back even before Sherwin-Henry. So that is important. And on a side note, I find it really interesting that the Chamber of Commerce is really rich today coming down in support of this project, that's awesome. But I want them to have that same level of energy for some of the representatives that came up there and spoke when it comes to development for East Gainesville, because the Chamber of Commerce has been having an allergy when it comes to people of color, specifically Black people. They have an allergy. Now, they might have Black folks working for them, but when it comes to development in East Gainesville, they have an allergy. So it's great that they're supporting Mr. Warren. It's much needed because we need Lot 10, but the Gainesville Chamber has not been necessarily a great partner for East Gainesville. So it's nice that y'all are coming to the table now. I hope you decide to stay.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else in chambers? Adam, do you have anybody else?
No, sir. We are finished with our queue.
Okay, we'll close public comment, go back to Commissioner Johnson, then we'll move to a vote.
Thanks. I want to confirm that it's 7 stories, not 10. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Get it to at least 10. So it's better for us, obviously, to have it go higher, but we committed to at least 7 stories.
Does 10 and does I lost my train of thought. Okay, does the 120 units right now, is that at 7 stories or 10
Correct.
stories?
Yes.
It's at 7
As
stories.
Mr. Warren said, by changing the orientation and the sort of shape of the building, we were able to, and efficiency of the units, we were able to get many more units by utilizing the space.
So what we're approving today is the 120 units?
Correct, yes.
Okay, at 7 stories.
7 stories.
That's what
I
we're
mean, it's
approving. Because
if
for
I may-
me, Anthony.
Of course.
Is that if you go to 10 stories, I'm gonna want more affordability in there. So to me, it's all about percentages.
Sure.
And if we go 3 more stories, then we need more affordable housing in there that's not subsidized by the city. So I just want to be clear that we're talking about, at this point, 7 stories for, and I know I'm making this difficult, but the devil's in the details, and it's so important for me to I know what my constituents want in these deals. And this is why I'm taking the time and energy to do this right now. So what we're approving today is 7 stories at 120 units. Is that right?
I don't believe that's right at all.
It's
Mr.
not?
Felding,
Okay.
we're not approving any height, or we're approving the term sheets, which there's nothing about the number of stories or.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead.
First before the city manager, I think what we've said time again is 7 stories is the way you sort of see it now. If we go higher, it'll likely be for more office space, not for more residential. We think there's only a certain amount of residential units we could probably sell downtown. As you know, we went almost 80% more at the beginning. I think we're probably capped to that. It may be a few higher or lower than that, but that's sort of the threshold. And if we're able to go up higher, it'll be for more commercial space, not more residential. But thank you.
Mr. Feldman.
I was just going to comment, Mayor, Commissioners, that we wear two different hats at this time. The hat we're doing right now is as a property owner, and we're entertaining the sale of a property based upon an intended use, which is fine, but we just need to make sure we don't cross into that other hat of regulator of land use and talking about what will be permitted on the property. There's land use development codes, and the project will need to conform to those.
I appreciate that, and I'm just going to go on record for saying that if we are getting 5 to 8% of these units as very affordable for very low income to low income, I'm not going to be happy or supportive. When we can get that number, the percentage-wise above that, that's where my happiness meter starts to tick up a little bit.
Understood.
So I need for everybody to hear that's why I'm supporting this project. It's fantastic for downtown. I like the grocery. I like the density. I like what we're trying to accomplish. But we all have very specific reasons why we feel, we're here. And my reason is to make sure that we are supporting very low and low income people that have been displaced from the surrounding communities.
Understood.
Everything else aside. So I need everybody to hear that.
Loud and clear.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any need to split it from anybody?
Actually, it's not correct. So the second piece of it was the staff come back with a program based on the same parameters of my neighborhood.
Okay, so my neighborhood, Madam Clerk.
With the recommendations included by the Office of Equity and Inclusion for my neighborhood.
Okay. Okay, everybody clear? What's that?
Another option, too, not just that.
Yeah, that's the on affordability study subsidies.
I mean,
Go ahead.
subsidies that could be one program, but I think we've talked about having other programs that could be for subsidies.
I agree, and
Okay,
that's
fine.
when it says structure of the affordability subsidies.
Okay, I just wanted to
That
check.
includes sort of all that stuff, all those options. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Look forward to seeing the next steps with especially the structure of the affordability options, but this is a great first step. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 1 on page 22, acceptance of FAA AIP grant in the amount of $2,140,265 from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, with the recommendation that the Commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, Mr. Pinska, thank you for your patience and for sticking with us. We didn't quite finish our afternoon agenda, but I'm glad you stuck around. Mr. Bredfeld, is there anything you want to, this is pretty routine, but if you want to give us a quick overview.
Yeah, I would just like to say, Commissioners, I know that several of you were up at the recent opening of the new terminal up at the airport. And I do want to remind you that you play a pretty pivotal role in making those things happen because you have title to the land, the city has title to the land, you have to approve the grants that go towards those types of projects at the airport. So tonight you have you have two resolutions. The first one that's there right now is one of the routine resolutions that you see that just goes normally to various airport improvements. You're going to see one a little later on that is really American Rescue coronavirus oriented. And the total of the two grants is over $5 million. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210225.
there a second?
Just one more thing. I'm excited. I'm great to see the opening of the new terminal buildings. I think it'd be great to kind of, since we do own the land and it is part of our thing of having you come at some point to give a presentation on kind of where the airport is, what's going on, what plans do you have on a parking garage and other things. I think it'd be good for us to hear that at some time. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Yeah. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a similar comment. I'll be a little more specific. I don't often know what's going on at the airport, and that's because I haven't checked it out and gone out myself to find it. But it feels like you have a marketing opportunity, and we have an information opportunity to come, just give us like a once a year or twice a year presentation on here's what's going on at GNV. And I would really love to have a regular update like that from you all. And it doesn't have to take your time. You can send your marketing person over or whatever, but just an every now and then regular update on what's happening at the airport and why we should be excited about it would be really useful for me. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 210225. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to thank Ms. Penske for being here. Support of the resolution. Anytime you get money from the FAA to improve our regional airport, particularly to address some of the taxiway issues and improve lighting control systems. It seems to be a good investment in something that is a amenity for the city. I wish our airfares were a little cheaper, had a little bit more competition like Southwest, but maybe we'll get there one day. Thank you.
Adam, do you have anybody?
No, sir, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay. Alan, you good? Yeah, okay. With that, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Hayes? Commissioner Ariola?
Yep, I just walked in. Aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 2, maximum parking rates for street parking, parking meters, lots, and garages. Resolution establishing the maximum parking rates for on-street parking, off-street parking, parking meters, parking lots, and parking garages in accordance with Division 2, Article 3, Chapter 26 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing the city manager to establish rates up to the maximum rate, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210115.
Is there a second? Seconded by Sacco, moved by Hayes Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to this, now's not the time. Raising rates on meters, lots, rate structure, doing all that. You're alleging increase in revenue. What you should be doing is attracting people downtown, spending your time addressing the homicides, the shootings, violent crimes downtown throughout Gainesville. Just more misplaced priorities. Just don't understand. And there's been pushback on that too, from residents that just because you raised it 17 years ago or haven't raised them since 17 years, it doesn't mean you need to do it now. It doesn't mean you need to raise GRU electric rates by 24%, but you did it anyway. So you don't really care what we minions in the audience think. You don't care what your employees think, you don't care what your collective bargaining unit members think, you don't care what people from Archer think. We fill this whole room with a crowd. You still want to care what we think. So try listening sometime. We might have some better dialogue. I mean, we had this racial injustice meeting yesterday. Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker was there. Commissioner Ariola was there. Commissioner Parisi was there. And it was open discussion. I mean, there's some applause. I spoke. There's applause given. And it was, a crowd that probably wouldn't applaud for some of the things we were saying, but for they were true. You had Faye Williams speak. And apparently you're not her mayor, Mayor Poe. She didn't really hold you in high regard because you don't listen to the people. You don't listen to Porter's community. You don't listen to your historic neighborhoods. You don't listen to your neighbors, who you now call community builders. Start listening to us, and you might not have 200 people standing out that didn't come in this room and hold you accountable, but you don't care. Show that you care. And I would respectfully ask that you not approve this resolution. Thank you.
Adam?
No, sir, there's nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, then move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Nay.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is RE3, Acceptance of Airports Rescue Grant Program in the amount of $3,547,689.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210287.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Nathan Scott, in support of the acceptance of the Airport Rescue Grant Program. Again, supporting our airport is a good thing. I hope this vote will be unanimous. We just had a 5-2 vote. That seems to be very common lately. Very analogous to the school board, where you have rational people being on the opposing side of the vote, and then you have the, I don't know how to describe it, trying to be polite. We just say the Gainesville white liberal elite on the other side of the vote, just not caring, not having a discussion, just rubber stamping things because you can. Absolute power corrupts, Mayor Poe. And a lot of things that you guys criticize about Washington, D.C. and Tallahassee, look in the mirror because it's sitting right here. But I want to commend Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Again, keep voting your heart and don't be bullied by this regime up here. Thank you.
Adam, do you have anybody?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 210005, amending the open container ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol, amending section 18-20 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the purchase or sale of alcohol in parks, and section 2-339 of the Code of Ordinances relating to civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of an alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210005 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion second by Commissioner Sacco. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm Robert Mounts. Last week, the Rotary Club of Gainesville, which I belong to, heard an excellent presentation by Assistant Chief Lonnie Scott, and including several of his district commanders, including the District 1 commander, his son, Lonnie Scott, about the problems they're facing, particularly in downtown and midtown, with the violence, the shootings, the congregations of what they said were literally hundreds of cars rolling around in downtown Gainesville late at night, used congregating in parking lots and in parking garages, near the bars, drinking, many of them underage, and their efforts to try to contain that. And frankly, they were pleading to a group primarily of business people for a one community approach, which emphasizes public safety, a safe environment for everyone. Just like public health trumps politics and with the COVID crisis, public safety trumps mere entertainment or use of substances or alcohol. So I know that they approached members of the commission, and as a result, Commissioner Ward evidently put forward the amendment to at least ban open containers after the bars close between 2 and 7 a.m. What was the response? Commissioner Hayes Santos said, can you make that 2:30? And you accepted that. What does that do? Think about it. Even if the innkeeper is promoting responsible drinking and they're trying to wind down their activities at the end of the evening, get people to go home safely, this will encourage people to get that last drink in a paper cup just before they go out at 2 o'clock in the morning and take it into the street. And oh, by the way, they have to consume it within 30 minutes. That's insane. The other thing that I came to talk about is that you've slipped in amendments to the permitting process for alcohol events that take away any limit on the number of such events that can be approved. It's 6 per year normally, which would be every other month. Think Hardwood Soundstage. And you've taken away, deleting, line out, the requirements for fencing, appropriate access to such events, and so forth. So what are you going to have? You're going to have people milling around in the streets with drinks in their hands, and you're going to have events probably every weekend, if not more often, at places like Hardwood Soundstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Appreciate you coming down. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have at least 2 callers. Joe Beatty is the first. Ms. Beatty, 3 minutes.
Hello? Hello?
Joe? Yep, we can hear you.
It's not my turn. Mr. Mounts is talking, and I hope I'm not the first one to speak on this.
You are.
Hello?
Ms. Beatty, hold on, please. Ms. Beatty, I think you've got your audio on in the background. It is your turn, Mr.
Yeah,
Mr. Mounts.
I can't watch the meeting and hear this. Can you put me back later? I would like to hear what some of the other people say before I speak.
I'll get right back to you. All right. Next speaker, Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep. Hi.
Hello?
Ms. Martinez, go ahead, please.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you call my name. My name's Debbie Martinez. I'm a retired registered nurse and substance abuse counselor. The data are clear. Residents living in neighborhoods surrounding Midtown, downtown, and on the east side of Gainesville have been complaining about all the violent crime and havoc ever since this commission started experimenting back in September with allowing people to walk around our entire city drinking alcohol. It has become a public health and public safety nightmare for residents, and they want it to end. Allowing open containers and legal consumption of alcohol for 19 and a half hours a day on city property and rights-of-way throughout the entire city of Gainesville is an open invitation for underage drinking and more violence on our streets. This is a giant change in our long-standing municipal code that will make life in the city worse and more dangerous for residents. This might help the restaurant and bar owners, but the rest of the community will have no benefit. Residents are concerned about the violence and the havoc being created, resulting from all the intoxicated young people consuming alcohol in the streets in and around our neighborhoods, regardless of the time or the day. Bars and restaurants bear responsibility for serving minors, but only if the drinker is in the bar. Once the alcohol leaves the building, these duties shift to the police. Those who cannot be served in a bar will be served by friends or friendly entrepreneurs on the street who buy alcohol legally, then go outside and illegally hand it to minors for favors, for money, or for friends. The risk outweighs the benefits. It's a bad idea. I am asking this commission to vote no on this reckless and irresponsible ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Okay, anybody else in chambers?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. This policy is reckless and dangerous. It's not going to help the homicides, the shootings, and all the violent crime downtown and throughout the city of Gainesville. Bless you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Ward's modification to make this less egregious than it is, shame on you, Commissioner Ward. This is just taking something that was temporary for a legitimate purpose, trying to protect businesses that were struggling in the midst of a pandemic, and just opening it wide open. You had what I called 12-pack Monday here on the steps of City Hall on Monday night. You know, people just line up against the front door, 12-pack, tall cans, making themselves right at home at City Hall. You know, maybe we should have a keg party next week. We should have had one tonight to celebrate this, what will be another 5-2 vote to just rubber stamp repealing open container restrictions. So again, this is not going to do anything to help address the homicides, the shootings, and violent crime that we read about every day in downtown and throughout the city of Gainesville. It's only going to facilitate that. So it is reckless and dangerous. And you know, it's almost like we have a bunch of, we have some adults on the dais, but we have some children that are just do what they ever want to do. And it's not good governance. It's like just doing whatever you want to do. And I mean, it's not respecting the will of the people. It's not respecting the neighborhoods. Mr. Mounts has been here with his neighborhoods consistently. Mark Goldstein's been here with his neighborhoods. I've been here supporting the neighborhoods. Suburban Heights has been here. You guys put up the standard irrespective of the public opposition. You disrespected Suburban Heights, irrespective of the public opposition. You disrespect your unions, irrespective of the public comment and oppositions and your employees. You disrespect everyone, your customers, irrespective of opposition, because you don't care. You only care about your own thought, your own political agenda. That's the only thing that matters to you guys, with the exception of 2 commissioners that have shown consistently in a 5-2 vote that they actually want to listen to people and do the right thing on fiscal issues and health, public, and safety issues. The rest of y'all just don't care. You implement change. Finally, my remaining moment, may I have the overhead, please? I don't think we'll get that up in time before you're going to cut my time off. There was a GRU employee outside. This is all over social media.
Thank you. I appreciate
Commissioner Sacco flipping a bird to your employees. If that's true,
your time is expired.
You deserve an
Mr.
apology.
Scott.
Well, we
Adam,
didn't get the overhead
you're
up, but that's unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next caller, Abe Goldman. Mr. Goldman, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, commissioners. I'm the current president of the University Park Neighborhood Association. Most of our members who've had a chance to express their opinion are quite opposed to this, as have basically been virtually every public comment that you've received either in the previous meeting in July or in this meeting. But I want to add to some of the things that have been said up to now by pointing out that, you know, it's a generally good principle, particularly when you're moving from a kind of experimental policy to what you're now trying to make a permanent policy, not only permanent in time, but also pretty much unbounded in its geographic location on the city streets. It's a generally good idea, it seems, to have some empirical basis for making that kind of a change. And you actually seem to acknowledge that in one of the opening statements of the draft ordinance, where it says, whereas the City Commission finds that there was not any substantial increase in crime or public disorder during the time period of the suspension of enforcement of the city's open container prohibitions. And then that was one of the main and the only real empirical justification for making this a permanent and location unbounded ordinance or change in our ordinance. And yet there's a couple of problems with that statement that continues to appear. First of all, the time period of 2020 and 21 when this experiment took place was completely atypical of conditions in our city, and hopefully atypical of future conditions, because we were dominated by the first waves of COVID. There were very few college students in residence among the 50 to 70,000 college students in our immediate area. And in general, people were reluctant either to dine in or party indoors or congregate in large numbers indoors or outdoors. And as a result, you can't use that period as a basis for making a permanent change. I mean, if you want to have an extension of the experiment, fine. The other problem is that the statement is wrong. As you noted, as you heard yourself, as you've seen from police reports, from the statements, the impassioned statements from at least two of your colleagues on the commission, we're experiencing a wave of murders and violence and, fights on our streets. And so, you're wrong. That statement is incorrect, and yet it still appears. I want to carry on with a little empirical statement, and that is,
Mr. Goldman, your time is up.
I've looked at other.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you. I appreciate your.
My time is up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it's over to you, Adam. We don't have anybody else in chamber.
All right, we've got several more people in the queue here. Jamie Hooper. Jamie, you're up next. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Hooper, you need to shut down your background and your background. All right, Jamie, we're going to get back to you, okay? Next in the queue is Wilbur Holloway. Wilbur, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I just want to be on record to say this is a terrible idea. There's enough problems with alcohol. I think your commissioners from the east side have seen this and they are opposed to it, and you should listen to them. I'm just flabbergasted. I mean, do we have to go down this road again like we did with the rave ordinance and games will get trashed and then, then we repeal it? I mean, if you guys want to repeat history and degrade the quality of life, that's fine. I'll tell you what, though, your addresses are on the property tax appraisers website, and maybe we'll come out some parties right in the street in front of your house. So yeah, so look for it. We're going to bring quality of life to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's try to go back to Ms. Hooper. Jamie Hooper, are you out there? Ms. Hooper?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
There you go. Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Hooper, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was told I was muted. Yes, my name is Jamie Hooper, and I am a resident of Gainesville, Florida. I agree with Ms. Martinez, Mr. Scott, Mr. Goldman. This is
very reckless and dangerous idea. Just the thought of the underage children that will have access to alcoholic beverages, just being, people being able to bring them out and walk around with it. It's just so, I'm surprised that we would even consider this. It is just so dangerous, and the thought of our teenagers having access to this after hours is, not after hours, I mean during hours, just walking around in public. It's just dangerous and reckless, and it scares me to death. I'm entirely opposed to it and just can't believe that it's even being considered. So please take that into consideration and think of at least of our underage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper. All right, let's try Joe Beatty one more time. Ms. Beatty, if you're out there, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening. I'm going to start off by asking you all to please vote no, as you've been reminded by an earlier speaker that nobody has spoken in favor of this. And, your statistics were taken. There are no statistics. This is, once again, wishes, hopes, dreams. For some reason, you have a fantasy about being first in the country to allow liquor all over. Another one of your firsts. I'd like to know how many of you commissioners sitting up there have ever been out downtown late on the Saturday or Sunday night. I had the misfortune of having to go down to see somebody on the south side of town. Started down 6th Street and on a Sunday night. It was about 9 o'clock, and it was downright scary. You had probably 3/4 of your police assets right there on 6th Street in the neighborhood to the east. They were in the neighborhood, I guess, to stop parking from Fletcher's. There were just all sorts of people, just flooding the streets, crossing. I came back close to midnight, and it was downright scary that in front of Jolie on University Avenue, it was just packed. There were people crossing the street all over. There were the police cars with their lights flashing just north of the state's attorney's office. My eyes glanced over that, turned back, and there's somebody at my right front fender. I moved, and I thought I hit somebody. Somebody pounded my car. It is downright dangerous. Going further west on University Avenue that night, there were more police cars over toward the Holiday Inn. And I don't know, somebody could commit a crime anywhere else in the city. I don't think you had all your assets out, in this one area. And people, I'm sure coming from all over. You're a magnet for trouble. And I noticed you've stopped using your purported fact that this is to protect black people from being arrested, and somebody called you racist for using them as a scapegoat for this poorly planned idea. And I noticed since then you've stopped using that. So please just come to your senses. Just vote no, and no, the rest of you could go and just stay home for the rest of your term because you're just causing problems in the city. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. All right, and next caller, excuse me, Ernesto Martinez. Mr. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much for taking my call, and good evening, everyone. You already heard my name, and you've heard me before. I'm Ernesto Martinez. This is by far the worst idea that this commission has ever come up with. This is endangering the lives of every single resident in the entire city of Gainesville. It used to be 24 hours a day. Now it's 19 and a half hours a day. Whoop-de-doo. Boy, a big gold star for Mr. Harvey Ward. But I want to remind you that some of you have children, and they are getting some into their teens, and they will be out there in these crowds working their way to becoming alcoholics. That's just the starting point, and that's going to be your kids, your neighbors' kids, every one of their friends. Just remember that as this time proceeds. Every section of town is being affected daily. Danger, fights, rapes, murders, shootings. There for a while, we were having a daily shooting. Mr. Grundy referred to it as the shoot 'em up Sundays. The east side has been disastrously affected by this. The area around Depot Park has been devastated by this. Every section of town. You got thousands of kids. How are you going to manage that crowd? The bar owners are not making any money. You don't think they're going to go in there and pay $10 or $3 or $4 for one bottle of beer when they can throw in $1 each and buy a 12-pack and maybe sell a few of them and then go back and buy another one. I want to remind you one more time that your children are going to be out there. I cannot believe that you all are doing this just because you want to show that you can do this. It's amazing how you fight against what the public wants. If the public was begging you to do it, you would do it. I mean, I just cannot believe what I'm seeing. Please come to your senses and take care of this problem before it is too late. And thank y'all very much and have a great night. And why don't y'all go out there and have a beer with those guys in front of the building there? I think they may be looking for Prosecco. I don't know. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next up, we have Miss Christina Fields. Miss Fields, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Christina Fields, and I also recommend that the commission vote against this. I would like to ask who benefits from this proposal. I can't think that the restaurants benefit. I can't imagine that bars benefit from this. Certainly, I don't see the city benefiting from this at all. I would highly recommend that you do your homework. Look at other cities. How many cities around the country are doing this? Practically none. You look at New Orleans. Yes, they have an open container policy. Have you ever walked down the streets of New Orleans in the morning? It smells disgusting. And it's because people are getting sick. Have you ever looked at the crime rate in New Orleans versus other cities? There is a reason why cities around the United States have not embraced this kind of a policy. I highly recommend you vote against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Next up, Anna Stevens. Ms. Stevens, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. I normally don't call in, but I wanted to do this tonight because I've heard a lot of people saying that there's no support for some of the things y'all are doing, and that is absolutely untrue. I support this. Underage kids are going to drink if they want to drink. It doesn't matter when the bars close. It doesn't matter where you can get the beer. The rave thing is ridiculous. There are a number of cities in the United States that have open container laws like this, and I support it. And that's all I have to say. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. The last caller in the queue, at least for the moment, is Patrick Dodds. Mr. Dodds, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Mayor Pro, Patrick Dodds. I'm the Director of the Homeless Continuum of Care for United Way of North Central Florida. Calling in support of this ordinance, in particular to speak on behalf of the community of unhoused individuals that I work with regularly. We see laws like this that disproportionately impact individuals who don't have access to affordable housing. They're oftentimes left with no alternative to do something that we are all able to do inside our own homes. Statistically, I believe close to half of the citations in the last 4 to 5 years are targeting individuals who don't have access to drinking anywhere other than in the public. So I'm very much in support of this in order to kind of continue the good work that the city is doing to try and gain trust with their community. So we can reach out to them and work to get them into housing. So I just wanted to call in support of this amendment to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that was our last call. Oh, wait, hold on. We have one more. Just came in the door. I'm going to go directly to him. Shelby, it's not screen. Let's go to Mr. David Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Wilson, shut your TV. Or there you go.
Yeah, I turned the TV off.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. Hi, this is Dave Wilson. I'm calling because our daughter owns a couple properties behind Taco Bell and Checkers a few days ago. And the problem is, one of the reasons she got rid of these properties is because at 2 o'clock in the morning when the bars close, you have noise, gangs, fights, gunshots. In fact, I even have a photo of a car with a gunshot hole in the hood. And this kind of continuous violence every Friday and Saturday night just drove her out of it. So I think that this is a terrible idea. Adding to this, open container law will only add to the problem. And I think that you should reject this motion. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. All righty, sir, that does it. Floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for calling in and sharing your thoughts. Turn back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things that I wanted to respond to very specifically about the amendment that I offered, that is what we're looking at tonight. When GPD came to me, officers came to me, command staff came to me and said, this seems like a problem, I said, what do you recommend? That's how we ended up where we are with what they recommended. And if that's shameful, then so be it. If somebody wants to talk about the violence problems that we've been having, perhaps those folks that want to talk about that should have been here this morning when GPD command staff was here with proposals and programs and hopeful solutions for it. I was. But of course, that wasn't on live TV. So there wasn't any benefit to grandstanding at the microphone for it. So I don't know what to tell you about that. There are folks working on actual solutions, and there are folks coming and grandstanding about it. So there you go. Pardon me?
No. He did not mention any names. You are disrupting this meeting. I need you to cease.
A hit dog will holler. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been very deliberate in my lack of support for this, and I had several reasons why. I discussed the public health issues, public safety issues. I specifically cited very real and tangible evidence-based research with regards to African American communities. And one thing that I also did was I spoke to individuals in the police department, because one of my concerns as well is the burden that gets placed on our police department. And Assistant Chief, I'm only going to call you because you said that I could. Would you step to the microphone, please? I really appreciate you. I've had the occasion to speak with you on several occasions about this very matter, and you work really, really hard in the community trying to keep us all safe. And I know that we face a lot of challenges in the police department in terms of being down in our numbers. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question that I've asked you before.
Okay.
And that is, do you support this ordinance?
The answer that I'm going to give you is the one that I get, quite frankly, from the people that I work for, which are the neighbors. Overwhelmingly, they don't support it. Overwhelmingly, the folks that we meet with, and the chief and I, and really command staff, have been meeting with people throughout the community, been meeting with the Rotary Club, crime watches, and we get beat up, asked questions about why this is going forward and why we haven't spoken out against it. And my answer to them, quite frankly, is that we weren't asked about it. And so we don't really provide, ours is to enforce the law, not to make it. So once it's made, then we do what we have to do. It's not about how we feel. We've been pushing the one community concept because we don't want to be divided away from the community. We are part of the community. So when we give an answer, that answer should encompass what the community tells us that they want. And that's what we've been receiving. So from that perspective, and I have my officers here, and they probably have the similar conversations that they have with the public. Their question is to why, and how do we feel about it? And typically, our response is, you need to communicate to the city commission how you feel. But I can tell you right now, in the calls that I have, in the interactions that I have, overwhelmingly, the public does not want to see that modification.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I'm done with my comments.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. A couple things I want to add to the conversation. This did not come up at our last meeting, but we got the stats from citations for the last 4 years. 53 of them went to African Americans, 44 to white. That is not representative of our city's population. That is clearly discriminatory enforcement. And 40% of the citations went to homeless individuals. The homeless individuals represent a tiny fraction of our community, yet this was overwhelmingly used against them. The people who can least afford any type of citation like this. All of the other reasons that are brought up, this does not change the drinking age. This does not change the hours. It simply takes away a prohibition era discriminatory law so it can no longer be selectively enforced, often against our community's most vulnerable neighbors. And that's why we got a letter of support from a coalition that includes the Southern Legal Council, the National Homeless Law Center, and the American Civil Liberties Union. Because they understand that these types of laws are overwhelmingly used against some of our most vulnerable neighbors, which is exactly why I support removing this. We still have mechanisms to enforce drunken disorderly or underage drinking, or all those other things, but this will remove a law that has been used against people who just simply do not deserve it. Commissioner Johnson?
I'd also like to point out in the same presentation that there are a total of 97 violations between 2017 and 2020. In 2018, there were 11 citations. In 2019, there were 9. And in 2020, there were 4.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner A. Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
Nay.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Duncan Walker and Johnson in dissent. I believe now we are on to commission comment. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to follow up on the discussion that we had earlier on lot 10 about the loading issues for some of our urban redevelopment. So I'd like to, since it's a separate motion, so I'd like to move that we direct staff to look at the loading issues that are encountered in our kind of our core of our city for urban redevelopment that has been causing issues with
Is there a second? Second. Okay, motion to refer to staff, loading areas in our urban core. Any members of the public will speak to the motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
One click. If they can look at that and then bring back any changes. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Was that the only item?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In an effort to give us some tangible goals and guideposts toward a future with less carbon for the city of Gainesville, to include GRU, there are partners out there who could be helpful in this. We have talked for a long time about various things, but we don't really manage to get anywhere. We do a lot of things, but as far as things that are reportable, that are that we can hold ourselves to, it's hard to create our own system for that. There's an organization that we're a member of, I believe, Local Government for Sustainability, sometimes known as ECLA. They have a program called Race to Zero that several Florida city governments are a part of already. Jacksonville, Tampa, Orlando, I believe, are part of Race to Zero. I'm going to move that we ask our research staff to bring us back recommendation for a discussion at general policy before the end of the year about joining Race to Zero, or to have other alternatives for accountability measures that we can plug into.
Okay, motion to refer to policy staff. Second. Okay, any members of the public? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Poe. Nathan Scott, I appreciate the privilege and honor of being able to speak, despite being admonished in the crowd for not attending a meeting this morning that every GPD officer knows that I try and stay abreast. So it is what it is.
I would just like if you would avoid using explicatives.
I'm speaking in the motion. Please stop.
I can't let you use explicatives. That's out of order.
Well,
that's why I
treat
admonished
people with
you.
respect. That's fine. But I don't get the opportunity to respond because the false narrative projected by Commissioner Ward, with all due respect, was that GP told him what they wanted. The truth, by the assistant chief, was GRU did not recommend repealing that ordinance. So I will move on to this motion. But again, this is the problem, the false narratives.
I agree.
Okay, well, you agree. So let's talk about the Race to Zero. You just made a motion, and I'm speaking to the motion now. The Race to Zero. That's admirable. It's not the most important issue facing the city, but it's funny that at the end of a meeting, you have time to make a motion about a Race to Zero that has nothing to do with the race to equity. You were silent, Commissioner Ward, when 20 people from Archer were on the phone that didn't get to speak and were in this audience. You sat silent. You did nothing, just like the politician that you are. Thank you.
Nothing to do with the motion.
Then do your job and talk about equity. Don't be a hypocrite.
This meeting is adjourned. I'm not.